Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the CMS Varsity Esports in STEM League. It is week number 1 of Season 1. Joining in the booth here on the esports side, we've got no other than Discounts back for another season with us. And, of course, we have the STEM desk going on as well with our boys, Malcolm and Tark, there at the STEM desk, too. It's the best of both worlds here today with esports and STEM education learning all in one here. Discounts, welcome to the stream.
Oh, of course. Glad to be back. Glad for another season. Season 1's here. I can't wait.
And one of the best, grassroots efforts that in esports, right?
Yeah.
And in STEM education as well. I mean, we got to learn the names of so many individuals in high school around the CMS Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools area. And we got to see how they perform, not only in Rocket League, but now we're going to amp it up, right? We've got other titles as well, although this will be the Rocket League version that you see here tonight. But we've got Valorant. We got Smash Brothers. I know you're familiar with Smash Brothers as well.
That's right. Yeah, just had a tournament. I'm excited to see what everyone's got, all the schools, all the players, what skill level we have. I can't wait to see what these guys have to bring to the table.
And, of course, FIFA as well through Charlotte FC and being able to work in conjunction with them as well. Over to the Sim Desk, like I mentioned, we've got Malcolm and Tark. Guys, how are you doing there with the Sim Desk?
We're doing fantastic. We are trying to figure out all the newfangled things that we have. We're on a stage. We're over here next to you guys. This is truly amazing. Let me tell you what we have to look forward to. I'm Overlord, of course, my dear friend. Star-Lord, the Lords. We're here, and we are super excited for this spring season, our second season of the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. I'm going to let you guys talk about that little sideshow of esports. But what I want to mention is the varsity STEM teams are hard at work. Production, how many teams? 21 varsity STEM teams. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wild record. And this season, tonight starts a series of 8 weeks, 8 challenges in a row. Some of the teams that are newer are going to be going into game dev, and there's a whole curriculum week over week where they're learning, but they're not just learning, they're also building. And they're not just building, folks, they are competing, just like those Rocket League, just like those Valorant, just like those Smash Bros teams on the esports side. The STEM teams are competing in one case to build their own games, and in another more advanced case, they've moved to building their own apps, coding their apps. And this week is going to be amazing as they have the week 1 challenge of learning how to vision cast and strategize, then ultimately present the pitch of what app they're going to build this season. Malcolm, what are you looking forward to?
Well, I mean, the most exciting thing is that, the tools that we've empowered the students with are real enterprise grade tools that, we use ourselves to build some of our own apps. And the game development tools have been used to develop like millions of games out there, some of which have made hundreds of thousands of dollars, on iPhone, Android, Steam. These games are deployed all over the place. And we bought professional grade licenses of these for the students to enjoy and collaborate, and also professional coaches to help them through this.
So pro coaches on the esports side, pro coaches on the STEM side. We're going to see head-to-head challenges. Schools that we got to know on the Wednesday Night Lights Twitch field of play last season in the fall are now coming back, and many of them have been practicing. This is going to be absolutely absurd. We're going to have some great content, some great viewing, but also see some kids propel into potentially their new careers. And that wouldn't be possible without so many great partners. But to name 2 specifically, ladies and gentlemen, the Carolina Panthers and the Charlotte FC. These folks have been with us since the inaugural season, and we are so excited. So with that, let's toss it over and see what's going to happen.
Let's go. It is our daily schedule here for the esports side. Remember our discounts. These teams are not only competing in esports, but STEM at the same time. We'll get to see some Rocket League, but then transition over to their STEM side as well. For the A-Stream, we've got, we kick it off with CLT Virtual, which will be a brand new team coming in. They're facing off with Butler at 5 p.m. Rocky River versus Independence. Ardrey Kell versus South Mech. Remember Ardrey Kell, again, that champion from last season.
Yeah. Top team, they won. Then obviously we also have Myers Park 7-15 going up against West Charlotte. And then, of course, last but not least, Garinger versus East Mac at 8 p.m. tonight.
That's going to be a good one, too. I mean, Garinger showed so much improvement last season as well, so they'll look to carry that momentum into this season. And then we also have the B stream, too. Make sure you check out twitch.tv/CMS Esports League B, where you can find Huff facing off with Charlotte Engineering to kick it off. And then JT Williams, who, again, in the semifinals gave Ardrey a run for their money there, will be facing off with Providence High School there at 6 p.m.
Yeah, JT, tough team to beat, but also another tough team to beat, Olympic High School at 6:45, going up against Harding, and then also Palisades versus Philip O'Berry, 7:30, and Mallard Creek versus Hopewell at 8:15. We got a good, nice lineup here, Bear.
We sure do. Without further ado, let's get right into it. First, we want to welcome you all in with this singing of the national anthem.
Yeah, just wait until we get into the season where it's actually going to matter, where those records and those wins and losses are going to equal where you sit in the postseason tournament. So there's a lot to fight for in this inaugural CMS championship for Rocket League. So we will see exactly how we get to see these teams move forward, how they are going to grow together. Your high school football team isn't going to beat anyone who's playing in college. Your high school soccer team isn't going to take on any sort of MLS team and win. But when it comes to certain esports, there is an absurd amount of talent sometimes in just how well these kids can play.
Cross creeper, the bouncer in! So with 3 seconds left, Ardrey will not go away. Hercules looking for the double touch, and he got it! Oh, what a play! Now up high, it'll be Ghost in Depth with a double touch. The Ghost is right there. Beat to it though. Heidi Bay, a quick shot and in. We'll cut the lead in half.
There you have it. They played well all night, Bear. Wednesday night lights, they came, they had the clutch gene, as we always say, and they did it for their school.
And what an experience it was, Discounts, to be here live in person, to see all the family and friends that came and watched them compete, not only in Rocket League, but also to give great presentations about the STEM portion as well.
Oh, man, it was great. I mean, just looking back at that night, phenomenal. We had Sir Purr in the building. I mean, we had the mascot of the Carolina Panthers showing out and handing out prizes. I mean, what more can you ask for, especially having all the high schools coming together and, you know, going into it?
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible season. Following up on that, that was just an experiment, by the way. Season 0, if you will. How is this going to go? And everybody stepped up to the plate. We're talking production. We're talking the teams, the students that were always here, ready and on time. The structure of this league seemed like it was #1 to most things.
Everything, everybody, or every everything expanded, like you said. When it comes to teams, we grew on that. For schools, I think the competition is going to get even more because now you know what you're going up against. You know we got skimmits in this league. We have the top players in this league. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what Season 1 brings.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. We got to see a little bit of a sneak peek, obviously, with the preseason, which you saw a little bit of the video from that, too, which means these players have come back and they are ready to go. I mean, they've been through the experience, right, for most of them, right? We have new schools as well coming up, including, of course, virtual high school, which we just saw.
That's
right.
right.
They're relatively new at Rocket League, so obviously underdogs coming in, but that doesn't mean you're always going to be the underdogs at the end of the day, like we saw with Ardrey.
Well, not especially with a best of 5. I mean, you got to remember. I mean, it's not just a one-game kind of deal. You can adjust, and looking at teams how they can adjust in between games makes this so surreal. Like, you know, you might have lost the first game, and then cleanly win the next 3. So, yeah, that's why I like the best of 5. It basically just shows the true winner of the night.
That's the right scenario to be in for them, and their mindsets coming in been incredible as well. To see the new teams coming in, a lot of them will catch us by surprise. Your expectations here, obviously, some of those new schools might be off to a slower start. You think?
Yes, yeah, and you know we did the preseason last week, so you kind of saw that. You could kind of see that, you know, a lot of players are trying to get the chemistry down with each other. You know, some lineups were just they're not feeling it yet. You're just trying to, you know, move around, get you know, just involved, and it looks like they're ready though. Season 1, Week 1, we're here, Bear.
We're ready to go. Number
That's
1,
right.
Obviously, we've made some improvements to the broadcast. If you can't tell, too, not only did we include Valorant, which you saw yesterday on the stream, some new games, but also the new STEM desk as well. You got to see a sneak peek of that here live in house at the Carolina Esports Hub as well. So we're again just making improvements by improvements, and to see this grassroots efforts get to the place where it can be involved has been absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely, and you know, we have everybody now in this building. It's great to see everyone coming together, and behind the scenes, everybody's just working so well, and it's great to be here again. And yeah, I'm ready to see some Rocket League and also some STEM as well.
That's right, of course. You know, these schools that were in the league last time around in Season 0, they've already created their games, so they'll have a lot of fun putting together again, just being able to use their app, right? So we're excited to get into it here in game number 1.
Well, here we go. CLT Virtual versus Butler. We got a first kickoff here, Bear.
Certainly do. And right off the bat, Butler going to get the 1-0 lead here just 6 seconds in.
Already 6 seconds into Season 1, and you see a goal right here. Watching this one more time. Great play off the corner, right in. Great pass. You know, textbook right there.
Certainly is. Here for Butler coming in. Don't believe they actually had a varsity team last time. So CLT Virtual, we've been talking about how they're brand new. Butler, you could say the same. So let's get to know these names, right? Devi coming in, run it back in Supra on the side of Butler, and then CLT Engineering, Alpha Beta, Sacred, and Sneaky Shark. Love that name as well here for CLT Virtual.
For sure, and Butler already off to a start. Great start. Oh, great. A great start right there. Getting a second goal already in the first 30 seconds of this game. Watch this one again. What happened? Break this one down.
Yeah, Super just off that corner, and Sneaky Shark, I mean, did a decent job trying to read the play there, but didn't quite get enough height to get the defensive stop there to try to shield it away from the box, so they were just able to penetrate through. Just like we saw in an early goal, Butler's just forcing the ball backwards towards the net. Again, you see it, and Devi able to make it 3-0 here for Butler, looking a bit one-sided.
Very tough. And if you're CLT Virtual's, you know, coach, what are you saying to these players right now? You know, when you're getting 3-0'd right now, already in the first 35 seconds.
So you got to be a little bit more, you know, faster to these challenges, right? You have to take a risk or two. They might be outskilling you currently, but that doesn't mean that that's going to be the case, you know, towards the end of the season. And right now, just lay it all on the line, and that's what they did there. It almost worked for them.
Absolutely. The only thing is, though, it could be a counter slingshot back. We've seen a lot of times where you get, you know, 3 guys commit, and that can end up being a very bad, you know, mistake.
And Butler here looking to transition, just like you mentioned, and a touch, maybe not the best one there, as it was, I believe it was Sacred there on the touch, and we'll jump on it yet again. We'll play down this right side. Not able to connect on that, as Devi will lead it back to run it back. As now we'll move forward as CLT Virtual caught a little bit too far forward. There should be a tap across in the box. Sacred, a great job to touch that one away. And finally, a little bit of life. Maybe they'll spark some momentum here for CLT Virtual.
Absolutely, and we're looking at, you see Butler. I really like how they're playing this. They're, all spread out. They're basically just taking control of this, the whole field. Look at this right here, getting their 4th goal. There you go, as Devi dropping it in. But, they're out through the whole field, and then you look kind of at CLT Virtual, they're kind of all piled up in one corner, right where the ball is, and that's just going to lead you to not having the, opportunities to score going forward.
With time, with coaching, of course, you have to listen to your coaching as well. I mean, that'll definitely improve, especially if you're quick at learning the game itself. Remember, 2 members of this team are relatively new to the game, and so they're figuring it out little bit by little, but you can tell by the mechanics of Super that this Butler team has played at least once or twice. Although that one will hang here at midfield. Super back towards the end. This one will go high. Sneaky Shark going to leave it back. Sacred, a good chip out of the zone to center field. But again, Debbie going to toss it right back up in the air. And now they're looking at an open net here if they can capitalize on it, but the shot a little bit wide.
Yep, Butler doing a great job on defense and looking for another goal here. Just missed that one, but they still maintain possession. The shot right here, he's going to get the double touch. Devi with another goal for himself and his squad.
And knowing and seeing that the defense was all over one another, it just tap it towards the crossbar. You know it's going to bounce right back down there in the box, and you'll have that second touch. No need to rush that opportunity there. Butler knew it, and they'll be up to a 5-0 lead here in game number 1. And, for CLT Virtual, I think this is a series that, may very well come down to how can you bounce back and really learn from a team that has experience in the game of Rocket League that continues to put on this offensive presence like they have been.
Absolutely. And Butler, you're looking at this and take this. I would not, lift the foot off the gas pedal, because this is the time where you need to practice. You need to get, put all your goals in right now. This is season 1, week 1. This is the time to show what you got. Also, on the other side, Charlotte Virtual needs to also, like you said, take this game, take this match as a learning curve as well. Like you said, very, kind of new to the game of Rocket League, which is a very tough game to learn and play as well, if you're just now starting out. So, like you said, coaching, as long as you're coachable, it can pay off. So, I can't wait to see what these guys have, improvement into the next game, into the next week, and going forward.
Certainly. For Butler, I mean, we just saw a bit of, glamour there, if you will. It's just Super, of course, got a flip reset. It's not very easy to do. That takes hours and hours to practice. Getting the bottom side of your car, all 4 wheels onto the ball. It'll give you an extra flip in the game that you can use to your advantage. That's where you saw that last touch go there for Butler. So, I mean, they have the mechanical talent. That's just thousands of hours versus we just cranked up this game. So CLT Virtual will take, maybe a goal in this series would even be, a lot to really help them out confidence-wise.
For sure. Going back to that last goal, run it back. At first I don't think he was expecting to score that goal, but the thing is, it came right back to him. He was able to put it back in, but he was trying to get the guys out of the way. Watching that one again, Supra doing his thing, getting the 9th goal here for Butler. But, that was just phenomenal, where he's not even looking for the goal. He's just trying to get his clear, help out his team, and ball comes right to him. He gets a free goal right there.
You know what I'm looking at here, discounts later in this series on the Butler side, is got to be, their practice on getting the entire team involved. Yes, you've proved that you can hit solo plays all day long, that you as, an individual can get these one-on-one plays. What I want to see is them practice the passing, right? Practice, striving into the box, right? Practice bumping and demoing anybody who might be in net here at this point in time. Get that practice in, because not all of your competition is going to be like this, and let you have your way into the box. You're going to have to eventually find your way to it. Right now, obviously, they're having an easy job here at 10-0.
Right now, yeah, watch the Supra pass. You were talking about passing, but this is for the Butler side, as run it back, just says, I appreciate the handoff. Let me take this one, as it gets this 10th goal. But yeah, for sure, Charlotte Virtual definitely, get those basics down, and that's going to go a long way in this league. And, there's a lot of teams that are also new that can you want to go up against and beat them too. So definitely can't wait to see the improvements and go back and watch the game film. I say this every week, even in the preseason. This is the time to go back and watch the game film, see who your opponents are, see what you did wrong, what you could do better, and that type of plays can go a long way for sure. I mean, they do it in the NFL, they do it in the MLB, they do it all for a reason, and doing it here in the CMS league as well. I mean, it can go a long way.
Certainly. I mean, we've seen teams like, let's take Charlotte Engineering, for example. I know they had a rough patch earlier in the season, in Season 0, but they had a true difference maker like Skimmit. And for me, I see CLT Virtual maybe not quite at that same skill level overall, but what you do have is Sacred, who obviously has some time in this game and has the experience. We saw a big run from Charlotte Engineering late in the season. They weren't quite able to make that main event, the main card, if you will. But one of the big things I did see was improvement from the roster, because a leader like Skimmit, a leader with experience, could teach the rest of his team. And for me, CLT Virtual needs to do the same.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can find yourself in that same situation, how Charlotte Engineering did in this past season, I mean, you've seen how far they went. I mean, and it was because of great leadership. And yeah, for sure, I would love to see Sacred do that for him and his school.
Not to mention, we talk about esports all day long. That's what we're good at. That's what we live and thrive in. Right, exactly. There's a portion that actually counts a little bit more, right? Yep. The STEM side.
That's right.
And so that's why I'm excited to bring the first submission of the season. Get hyped. I know it's hard to MR. Let's see the first submission here. This one from Virtual High School.
This is Charlie Charger. Welcome to Charger Chase. Your main goal is to make it through each room, find your charger, and make it to the bus. Help Charlie find his charger and make it through all of the rooms. There are 5 levels with each its own goal. Levels 1 through 3, you need to focus on making it out of the room, while in level 4, find your charger, and finally in level 5, make it to the bus. This 2D level multi-level single player is rated E for everyone 7 and up. It will be available on PC and mobile devices. With timers and leaderboards, show off your best scores. With add-ons, you can retry a level and even customize your appearance. We can't wait to have you on board with Charger Chase.
So it had a very, very clear theme to me, right, with the colors in that. Not to mention the pretty standard rule set throughout, or at least some rules to live by, and that's a big thing in programming, is the way that you have those functions that do certain things. I just thought the content was funny too.
Oh, it was hilarious. Step 2 was avoid your parents from yelling at you.
Number 3, dog chases you down.
Hey, that's just an everyday thing for a high schooler, right?
Oh, man, that's so great. We'll see if the judges give it some love. I mean, how do you shape that up against, some of the submissions that we saw super early in the Season 0?
I mean, wow, right? I mean, Season 1 is already bringing a great layout. I mean, last season, it was a little bit slower because I think people didn't know really what to expect. After Season 0, I think they got the memo, Bear.
Yeah, I think they did. And, that's why at Season 0, it's almost more special that you were a part of it at that point in time, because you're pioneers. Right. And you're trying to figure out the way, right? So if you talk about a JT Williams who absolutely nailed the games from the get-go, obviously that's pretty cool to say that you did. Also the teams that kind of improved along the way, just like Garinger, like we saw throughout the season too. I think it's just super special either way to be a part of it in Season 0. In Season 1, you can say the same thing too. This is technically the first season.
That's right. That's right. I know every time I say Season 1, I'm like, but it's not really. But it's not really. We had the inaugural season, of course, and who could forget that season as well? I mean, great overall, and then obviously having everybody in this stadium where we're at, and it was just awesome. Yeah,
the energy, right? Feeling the fans from the booth was pretty incredible. Speaking of incredible, it's Butler's run. Right now, it's been 13 straight goals here in this best of 5. If you're just joining us, up 1-0 in this one against CLT Virtual on the esports side. Butler has a lot of work to do on the I say a lot of work to do. They have a tall order to fulfill on the video that they've created as well on their submission. So we're excited to get to that here whenever we do get the chance. But now it'll be, again, Butler 2-0, CLT Virtual. They had an opportunity there, right? We saw Sacred with the breakaway, and when they get that first goal, they're going to feel really good about it. I mean, it's all about that positive mindset. Where are we now, and how can we make improvements along the way?
Yeah, absolutely. Don't be holding your head down on game one, especially in week one. Game one, I mean, you're just trying to feel it out. You're just trying to get the chemistry with your teammates. There's a lot of things that go into it. So, obviously, just trying to get that first goal.
Yeah.
Get that off of the, we want to have a first for the school. You want to do it, but also, don't be discouraged if, Butler keeps doing what they're doing, and they're actually playing phenomenal right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're showing that they're going to be one of those teams that are going to be a part of the equation, part of the conversation a little bit later down the road. Now, of course, playing a team that's relatively new to the game of Rocket League, it's tough to really put them up against some of the teams that we're talking about.
I would say it's a little tough to gauge and see how do they hold up against Audrey Kell,
Right.
the champion? How do they hold up against, JT Williams, Olympic, all these top schools who, in season 0 were just, the top 3, right? So, I would like to see them going up against that, but that will be for another week.
Yeah, and all we can use is mechanics at this point. Right? We talk about the flip reset that we saw or the air drags that we constantly see. We haven't seen a double touch, though. I mean, but are they necessarily even needing to go for something like that? Maybe they are practicing those team moves like we've said prior. Yeah. So it's so hard to say. There's no way to line them up until they actually get there, and that's why it's important for them to continue to be strong whenever. But CLT Virtual, again, had another grade A chance there as Sacred. Again, another chance for a shot here. They just can't quite move it past half field, but this is definitely a much better result early than we've seen in the past. I know it's 4-0 here at this point with 2 minutes left, but I think they're holding a little bit stronger. Their challenges are there, which means maybe they're listening. Some of that coaching is starting to soak in.
It's got to. I mean, you're definitely seeing a little bit more improvement each game, and that's what we're saying. By this time of game 1, the score was even more.
Yeah.
So, that's, even though that's not a great, measurement of, well, as they score another one, Caster's curse going on. But, definitely you can see them rotating a little bit better. Like you said, that's the whole reason for the coaches and communication.
Yeah, I would love to see who's on the STEM team too, because it's like Butler. All right, you've got your esports team. It's very clear, at least on the Rocket League side. I can't talk to their Valorant or Smash or those sides either. However, how's your STEM team going to perform? Do they have that same prowess, right? The same energy? Do they have even a little bit of experience coming in? I mean, even when we talk about the STEM side, it can be a very tedious process trying to catch up in learning some of the languages that they use here to create these games.
That's very true. And you look back in season 0, you think about it, there was teams out there who had a great Rocket League team. STEM wasn't maybe holding them up so much. So, and vice versa. There was teams that had great STEM teams, but not the best Rocket League teams. But you guys are a team. This is, they're points together, and that's what makes the difference in this league. You got to have it all, right?
Yeah, that's right. You have to have the entire balance, the entire equation. And, obviously STEM accounts for a little bit more than the esports side. To encourage that you do focus on that work that'll really make you successful in a career path. Although, esports, you can say the same with the amount of scholarships they're giving out these days, man, and all the opportunities that you have through esports. That's why it's the deadly combination, or I say deadly, but like a great combination, right? That's the term that I'm kind of trying to get at there. This is definitely the two-headed monster that you want in a school system. Well, Butler going up 6-0 now, 37 seconds left. Game number 2 will likely go to Butler here, I imagine. And so that means they're looking to sweep for the first time. That would be a good feeling heading into week 2.
Yeah, absolutely. 6-0, 37 seconds left. Like I said, at this other time in game 1, it was a little bit higher. So a little bit more improvement on the defensive side for Charlotte Virtual. Maybe in game 3, might see a goal. We still might see one here in the last 30 seconds. It's still very possible. And as you see one right here, possible, but Butler, of course, making that stop. That's Supra.
Yeah, Supra's got all sorts of speed. I'm thinking at least the champ, rank-wise, even up to GC with the flip reset mechanics. But then again, we've seen Platinums with flip resets go, so we don't truly know. Speed definitely indicates a higher rank in the game overall. So Butler, you know, for those of you who are new to Rocket League, it's one of the ways that you can tell is just by their fluid movements. How are they able to gather speed? Obviously, it doesn't require a lot of legwork because it's just in the brain for esports. But in order to make your car do certain things, it is very, very fine-tuned detail. Everything in this game is physics. You can't just hit a button and get an automatic pass to a teammate, right? Every little movement matters. And Butler understands that, as it's a hat trick from Supra to go into that 2-0 lead here for Butler. Let's see. Can their Stim hold it off 2 discounts here? We're about to find out.
Can't wait.
Let's check out this video.
Hey there everyone, welcome to the Butler High School game pitch by the Butler Esports and STEM team. Our game is called Super Destructible Dungeon. Super Destructible Dungeon is a top-down dungeon crawler style game, in which the player progresses down through multiple floors, each with difficult enemies and obstacles. The goal of the game is to make it all the way down the dungeon to the bottom floor, place a bomb, and then go all the way back up and out the dungeon before the bomb blows the dungeon up, with you still in it. The unique twist, however, is that throughout the game, you can destroy anything. I'm talking walls, floors, and anything else are completely fair play, given you have the right tool for the job. However, whatever you destroy might bite you in the back later on your way back up through the dungeon. Moving on, the story of the game is that you are chasing a villain into a dungeon, hoping to get to the bottom and blow your enemy up. However, as you progress through the dungeon, you start to take more and more dubious decisions to achieve your goal. At the end, you realize you were actually the villain the entire time, causing mayhem and destruction in your blinded rage to kill your quote-unquote villain. This never-seen-before twist really adds a unique aspect to the game that many players will appreciate. Moving on, our target demographic is young adults who like roguelike or indie games. Our game will also appeal to players who enjoy strategy games or challenges. This style of game has been seen to work countless times in these crowds, with the popularity of games like The Legend of Zelda and Escapists. Our game somewhat combines these two games to create a new and one-of-a-kind puzzle plus dungeon crawler gaming experience. Now, our target hardware is basically all of the possible hardwares, Steam, PC, mobile, console, Switch, anything you can think of, as our game would work really well as a co-op game, so we want as much cross-compatibility as we can have. However, our main starting goal is to make the game for mobile and PC, as that's where most of our previously mentioned target demographic, which was, young adults that like indie games, that's where most of them are. So we want to go from mobile and PC first. And speaking of co-op, in terms of online functionality, our main goal is to allow multiplayer co-op gaming, where players work together to progress through the dungeon. However, the game will also be suitable for more competitive people, as we plan to incorporate a time trial-based leaderboard for a more competitive and advanced user base that want that adrenaline rush as they play through our game. Lastly, we have monetization. In terms of monetization, we are strictly against any form of pay-to-win, for obvious reasons. So our main source of income will be from in-app purchases that cater to all audiences. People who want more gameplay can play for new maps, whereas people who enjoy flexing on their friends may pay more money on cosmetics or titles. In any case, players will also be able to purchase a Battle Pass-esque system as seen in popular games like Rocket League and Fortnite, where players who pay gain additional items for playing more often. Although players with the base game that haven't paid any money will also have some sort of battle pass that is completely free, they just won't have as many items as people who pay. Anyways, that is all for Super Destructible Dungeon. Thank you everyone for listening, and I hope you guys have a great day.
TLT Virtual with their first goal of the CMS League.
Yeah.
Love seeing that, number one. And Butler will take the lead directly back, but they were tied at one point here, discounts.
There we go. I mean, what did I say? We're going into game 3. We'd love to see a goal. Already in the first 2 minutes, they have one. And, hey, they're here. They're showing up about their improvement, like I was just saying. And We'll see if it can continue throughout this game, possibly get themselves going into game 4.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Speaking of showing up, Butler there.
Yeah.
So first of all, I was looking at the wrong things clearly because apparently the blue and yellow is a template that they were using.
Oh.
You see what I mean? Yeah,
Yep.
let's talk about the last one. That being said, I mean, this storyline, but the twist at the end, you were the villain the whole time, right?
That is crazy.
Throwing in some uniqueness there, but also the monetization. I want to talk about, they specifically said they do not want to use pay to win, which has been an issue with a lot of players these days.
I tell you, that's the one pet peeve for gaming is the pay to win, because obviously not everybody has the money to just throw at the game and then just be the best, right?
Yeah.
But I do like the way they're going to use the battle pass type.
Yeah.
And
Saw that as
obviously
well.
a lot of games are using that now, like Apex, Fortnite, I'm pretty sure Call of Duty. There's a bunch of games like that. I don't know, that system works, and I like to see that they're going to throw that in on their game.
Yeah, I mean, people love the battle pass for sure. Also, love the scope as well. I mean, there's so many things to like about that. First of all, the presentation was great. Then you talk about a little bit about that last part, right? They said, quote, we want to be on console, we want to be on PC, we want to be on Steam, and we're going to be on mobile. But we're starting with mobile first because we need to figure it out first before we get there. That's the scope of the project. How far do we go? How fast do we go? Can we develop it here first? If this is where we want it to be, if we make enough sales, then maybe we can eventually move forward. I mean, that presentation had everything from start to finish. I think their STEM team might be as strong as their Rocket League team.
That was really impressive. I mean, like I said, whenever I started seeing the Xbox logo, I'm like, they're gonna try to have this on the Xbox and all the consoles. That would be awesome.
Yeah, and that's it's being able to dream big, but also know expectations.
I mean,
right?
think about it. Shoot for the moons. The worst you can do is fall among the stars. You're gonna be up there, right?
Yeah.
So, as we see a goal, another one going for Butler. They're going back to their old ways. Butler just handling business.
Yeah, at this point in time, they surrendered one to CLT Virtual, and they said, no more. we gave you your goal. We're going to go ahead and go back out to work. And it's all because of Supra, really leading the way. I've seen some, involvement from Devi. We just saw a goal right there. Run It Back has been trying to get that same step and be able to push that pace that we see from the rest of the Butler squad, too. Once this team gets clicking on all cylinders from all three members of the team, which, you could argue that they've been involved in a lot of plays, but they're stepping up even more so here in this game number 3.
Absolutely, and we have a possible shot. I mean, that was not a bad shot. If that shot also would have connected, we would have had a back-to-back, but goes the other way. Supra gets it done. 6 for Butler. They're just doing it right. As you see, a couple missed touches, and that's just something that we'll clean up throughout the weeks going forward.
Certainly will. Well, for those of you watching right now and wondering which match is going to be coming up next, we've got Rocky River versus Independence coming up at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time, so very shortly here after this one. But of course, we have the Judgment's view of the Sim side as well, so we appreciate you joining in the main channel. We also want to let you know that there's matches going on the B channel as well. You can go to twitch.tv/CMS League B, CMS League, or CMS Esports League B, rather. So that's twitch.tv/ you know what? Just take it, copy and paste it, put a B at the end of the A stream, and boom,
Same
you got
thing,
it.
but add a B to the end. There you go.
Why am I overcomplicating it? Butler's not, obviously. They've got a 7-1 lead right now.
Absolutely not. Oh wow, all three just pushed on that, but Butler, they still able to get possession here. Going to be able to maybe add an 8th. Yep, he's going to do it himself. Nope. I thought he was going to. I don't know if he's playing around there. I think he's playing around.
He might be trying to kill some time here. It's like we kind of want to, get back into the STEM side of things, maybe, Because a lot of these schools, it's not just the Rocket League players is one, and then the STEM team is, completely separate. We've seen a lot of times that they're both players and STEM creators, right? And so, I say STEM creators, game creators, right?
Yes.
The STEM section, right? The STEM team, if you will. And so, maybe they want to get back to the drawing board there and prove their game. You never know. And so, they're trying to kill out some time here in the meantime, or maybe just get the Brazil to 7-1. Is pretty classic here, too. And they'll have the win nonetheless. We'll see if they kill it here. They will. It'll be a 7-1 win for Butler. 3-0 0 in this series. A sweep to kick things off. You in your first regular season match on the CMS Esports Varsity Stem League.
Hats off to Butler. I mean, run it back, dropping the hat trick, you know, an extra as well, getting 4 goals and 4 shots. I mean, talking about being efficient. Yeah, he definitely, you know, he wants to run it back. I think he does.
Yeah, exactly right. And what if they're on the Valorant team too, right? Because obviously Phoenix has the run it back ability too.
Right.
But I don't know if we'll ever know. But we have, for the first time, we're going to feature the STEM desk for the judging of the STEM side. Guys, take it away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a pretty lopsided game there, but we're in the beginning of the season with some new teams. Looks like Virtual is starting to get maybe a little more comfortable towards the end. They got some work to do, but we've seen great turnarounds. While that esports side of that matchup was a bit lopsided, the STEM side, I think we can all agree, was neck and neck. I attribute a lot to that, as Starlord and I were just talking about the curriculum. This curriculum is absolutely bonkers, and you can see the results it's creating. So we now, as the STEM desk judges, have to award 4 points as we go forward. Whenever you're ready, production, go ahead and pop up our rulings. Again, these aren't the points, but these are how we viewed the 5 judging criteria of what we expected in week 1, and it was neck and neck there across the board. Malcolm, why don't you go ahead? You have 2 points to award. I have 2 points to award. Someone could sweep it 4-0. It could be split 3-1. There's a whole lot of combinations. Talk through what you saw and how you want to divvy up your 2 points.
Well, first of all, I loved the Charlotte Virtual presentation. It was fun. They had music. It was catchy. I can only imagine, you know, they're going to work all of that artwork into their game once they actually start building it. Butler's presentation really hit on every point that, you know, we had outlined in the rubric ahead of time for scoring. But their video was twice as long as it was supposed to be. This was supposed to be a minute-long pitch of your game, and while they covered everything, it took them twice as long. So because of that, I'm going to give 1 point to Virtual and 1 point to Butler.
Yeah, I think that's well said. You can see on the screen there, we did, right as we huddled up before we came back live at the STEM desk, we gave presentation check mark, even though it was narrow, over to Virtual. Again, I think that a lot of that was that timing. There were strict rules and guidelines inside the curriculum module. Gameplay, narrowly to Butler, but you could have gone either way there. Very interesting. Creativity, we really loved what Virtual did there. Very interesting. And Virtual, you know, they have a special day when they wake up. They're virtually there. I thought it was hilarious to dodge the parents in level 2. We saw mobile support and monetization from Butler. It didn't really jump out at me Virtual. And again, that's in the curriculum module, so they should know that. So as I think about kind of how I'm going to award the points, I also think, though, you know, there's some guidance they're going to need. They just finished the first week's curriculum. It's really robust. It shows them a lot, but it also tees them up. And now they're going to unlock week 2's curriculum module, which means they've got to start executing on this design, on this strategy, on this vision that they just laid out. So ultimately, I really believe that the hard stuff is yet to come. And in week 2 and 3, they're going to be designing, they're going to be building. But then as they release it, they're going to be getting user testing. And then they're going to be focused on marketing, expanding, and monetizing the program. It really jumped out at me that that both of them are going to have challenges making this game just totally unique. And they've got a lot of visionary items in there. But in order to make, you know, those upcharged for skins and those things, it's going to be hard to configure all that stuff. So I'm going to split my points in half as well, 1-1. So that means they get 2 points each, even though it was a little bit different on both sides. I think we can make that argument. Who executes from this point going forward is going to be the big question.
couldn't agree more. So we had an even split here on the desk discounts. So again, that's pretty fair, I would say, because I thought both presentations were great. I know Butler wasn't quite awarded that one. I thought they had a great presentation too. You could have really gone either way for a lot of those categories.
I was in my head, like, as we were casting some Rocket League, I was thinking in my house, like, how is Tart gonna judge this? Like, this is neck and neck. I was really curious, so that does make sense on how the results were.
That's right. And so again, that even split. Virtual High School, unfortunately, not quite even there on the Rocket League side, but they'll get back to the drawing board. There's no doubt about it, as good teams do, they intend to do. Again, a bit of a rough patch here, but you got to keep that mentality going in. And, well, not much else to say about the matchup, because, of course, it was that one-sided there for Butler. They were able to take advantage of it, and, I mean, good teams will do that. You never want to play down to your opponents either, because the second you go slow is the second that you give up multiple goals to a team that maybe you should be winning against.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, really one-sided on that, but looking for the improvements going in the next week. How is Butler going to face a different opponent, higher skill level, and then also how is Charlotte Virtual going to be able to also carry that going to the next week, what they learned here in week 1?
That's right. Again, Butler off to that hot start, 3-0 here, so game differential looking pretty hot themselves. But we move on to our next matchup here on the A side of things, the A stream, if you will. It's Rocky River facing off with Independence. We got two new schools here, discounts, which are brand new to this scene as well.
Yes, sir, and I got to cast a little bit for these guys. I don't know if I did with Rocky River, but I do know for Independence. But on the Rocky River side, Sleazy, Idfe, and Pandy. And take it away on Independence.
Yeah, so I mean, I got to see Rocky River too. Just wanted to say and let you know this is a team that looked pretty strong. But yeah, for Independence, we've got Sleet, we've got Silly, and Ascended. So three names there, basically starting with an S, and the last one's not. But again, we haven't seen a whole lot of it. I've seen one side of the coin. You've seen the other side of the coin from the two different streams that we were able to witness there. So strong play on the Rocky River side, although I believe they came up just a little bit short. So again, it begs the question, is this the time to shine, right? That was preseason. You can either brush it off your shoulders or you can linger on it.
Exactly, and definitely going back to highlight the players. I mean, Silly and Sleet on Independence was the guys who I was really watching closely in the preseason. They were popping off, so I want to see if they can carry that into the regular season. I think they fell first in the game 1 in the preseason, and then after that, they just went off and started feeling. I mean, they just got the chemistry down. The comms were there. You could just see it, and so hopefully that carries on into week 1, and we have ourselves a great match.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, again, I wanted to mention that I was part of the CMS system as well growing up, and so I was at the Providence High School. I got a little place in my heart for them, and but Independence is one of the schools that we went and played in traditional sports, and so it could be a rivalry there between Providence and Independence. For Rocky River, we didn't play as often. I know they're in the CMS school system, but I believe up on the north side, maybe the northeast side. So again, a high school here in the CMS school district, and able to kind of boost their esports program too, the STEM side as well. So we have two coins of the equation yet again that we'll have to judge them on. I don't see it being as one-sided, by the way, that we're kind of chit-chatting here about the team.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're talking up Rocky River. I'm like, okay, maybe Independence has a competition here. So I'm excited to see what that brings. I mean, just two brand new schools going into this league. What more can you ask? Let's see who's going to be the winner of week 1. Who can say that they got their first win in week 1?
Yeah, I've been well removed from high school. I will let you know. Age myself currently. However, Independence was definitely the team to beat in football, right?
Yes,
and
I remember that.
They are absolutely dynamic there. Does it translate to esports? Not necessarily. They're two completely different games. I know, obviously, you use the brain in football, right? Because you draw a plays, right? You sit there, you study plays all day long. Offensively, defensively, you have a plan coming in.
Yes. One thing you want to highlight, though, is in Rocket League, you only have 3 players. On a football team, you have a bunch, right? You have a bunch of fill. I mean, obviously, we have fill-ins also in Rocket League, so that is something to look forward to. If one player can't make it, we will have players to step up. So that's something to look forward to. But yeah, for 3 players, that can make a difference. So one player could just carry a team. Is basically what I'm saying.
Which is so true. I mean, we talk about the movement of Skimmit from Charlotte Engineering over to South Meg, which is one that we'll get to witness a little bit later. I mean, that is 1/3 of the equation. And, like, if we continue along the same lines of football, you have 22 starters and a whole lot more, right? Overall, that will sub in. That's just 1/11th, right? On each side, right?
Don't stick to a math right now. Hold on.
Listen, this is a sim portion too. If we're not doing school here, where can I do school?
I didn't know I was gonna get tested tonight. Is what I'm saying. Like I didn't prepare that.
We're doing fractions.
Next week
here
I'll
on
do
the screen,
fractions,
too.
right?
Yeah, exactly. We got to brush up on those. And again, we'll see which team maybe needs to brush up from the preseason performance. I know Rocky River, again, a little bit of a slow start on theirs and got just bested, but they're looking to pop off here, and I'm certain that they are able to get to it too. So some of the things that we're watching here is speed of gameplay.
Yes.
Right, we talked about mechanics is definitely one of those too, right? I guess, we talked about team plays too, but you do have to factor in solo plays too, right?
And the rotations and position-wise also. I mean,
Yeah.
you definitely don't want to have, like we were saying earlier, it's just a bunch, 3 players on one side. As soon as that ball gets cleared, free goal, right?
Yeah.
So you definitely want to just kind of see them space out and just play just play very fluid. And, I think it's going to be a little rough, obviously, week 1. We had preseason a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see who brings it. Let's see who's got it down, who feels like they have prepared here for week 1. We're going to find out.
No, definitely. And preparation, what does that consist of? We're still waiting on some of the players to join in the lobby, so I kind of want to have that conversation.
Yeah.
You don't have as many plays drawn up here for Rocket League. It's a little bit more simpler in that way, but the mechanics are just as complicated. I know football is physically demanding, or even soccer, whatever entry or traditional sport here, right? Very physically demanding. For Rocket League, it's all about the mind, and so that's why mentality is even more so important. That's a huge factor in traditional sports, but then in esports, it almost goes a little bit longer because those mechanics. Right, that's in the mind, right? Your bounce back efforts in the mind, your rotations, everything goes back to it.
I think it goes 50-50. I think 50% is the mind, IQ, just where you're at on the field, or communications, all that. But also the hand-eye coordination is big, and that's one of those things where you're saying just being a little bit faster than your opponent will win you a bunch of 50-50 balls. So that's another thing is hand-eye coordination. You might know where the ball's going to be, but if he's there a little bit quicker, tough luck, right?
Yeah.
So, adding those two together and trying to make yourself a full player, that is what you want to see. And whoever has that on their team is going to be winning a lot of games.
Yeah, and then you add to it, when we come to playoff time, should they make it that far, you have the live experience too. So it's just like layer after layer that you have to.
A lot of challenges.
Yeah, exactly. Which, development, right, in programming, huge challenge in its own right. These are pretty similar when we talk about the STEM side and what they're trying to build too. Almost exclusively mentality, maybe a little bit less hand-eye coordination until you go test the game itself, at least in these challenges.
Which you need on some of these. I mean, last season we saw some crazy games where some of our producers couldn't even beat level 1. There's a lot of, no offense, they're going to cut me off. You already see it. So here we are, game 1, best of 5, Rocky River Independence, Rocky River in blue, Independence in orange.
Listen, they heard us carrying on. They said, we got to get this game set. And
they're talking about us. Just go to the game.
Oh, my. Rocky River facing off with Independence. This is game number 1 of the best of 5. Again, we'll have the sim portions in between again, just as we did in the last match. All right, now we've got Sleet with the pass down to Silly to try to start things off for Independence, but then Rocky River back on it. ID Faye is how I've been addressing their name currently. Never been corrected in the preseason, so we'll continue with it unless
keep rolling with it until we get told different. But going forward, Independence now seeing if they can get a shot on goal. And their Sleet, is it going to go in? No, it's going to bounce on the left corner, and now they're going to be able to get this clear. But Independence still staying with the ball.
Maybe as evenly matched as we thought, at least in the first minute it has been. Now we've seen matches get away from teams, and that's when, I, Tark, you all talk about mentality, and you cannot get in your head, be negative. So, again, just because you lose the lead in game number 1, this is going to be a long series. At least it seems like it'll be a close one, too. That's a big determining factor as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great point you bring up about not being in your head. I mean, that is the one thing I feel like this kind of ruins a lot of these series is as soon as you get in your head, everything falls apart, right?
Yeah.
the fundamentals, the communication. I feel like a lot of people, when they get mad, they just stop talking to their players. And, that is something that you cannot do. And great shot right there by ID Faye for the first goal here for Rocky River.
Yeah, it just chipped it. Watch as he swings around here, and the bump attempt was there. It was very close to connecting, but then once you clear that defender, you're looking at an open cage. And so that swing shot, very popular, allowing you to get around, have the right angle where you can just boom that directly into the net. And Rocky River, like I said, they've got the offensive prowess. We'll see if the defense can hold up now that they've established this lead. And look out, ID Faye almost scored on his own net.
Wow, he was about to be the best player on Independence squad and the Rocky River squad, all within the first 2 minutes of the game.
And that would have been something else, but they get away with it. And this shot here from Independence can be cleaned up. And the other way they try to go at least, but that one's going to be, shifted here back into the Rocky River zone. So Independence showing a little bit of offense, like their football team used to do it back in the day. Now they'll pop this one deep. Now it's up to the last person back to get this one. And Perkerin, I believe it is. Again, got to check on the pronunciation there. We will get that. We'll go with Perk. In the meantime, Silly is able to score this one, even the game at 1.
There he is. Silly and Sleet were the two guys I was thinking about. And right there, he was just in the right position at the right time. Saw a couple miss hits, not going Rocky River's way. Independence capitalizes.
Certainly did. So, quick strike back. Now, off this kickoff, again, clean gameplay when it comes to close matches is where you want to be. It comes back to fundamentals, our rotations, getting the ball as quickly as possible because of those rotations will be helpful, certainly. But ID Faye going to try to challenge Silly here. Good catch on the car, but lost it, unfortunately. And now not with a good pass back. ID Faye just off the mark. And now challenged out by Sleet. And they try and play past the last member of Rocky River, but it was not to be. They're right back at him again. That's Silly on the defensive side a couple of times.
Yeah, this is back and forth. Loving the tennis match here, Bear. I mean, like we said, this was going to be a little bit closer than last series, and we're seeing that for sure here.
Well, now Swag Panda, I believe it is. Also named not Swag Panda, as a lot of esports students do. Kind of skip that recognition sometimes. But Sleep with a pop there. Nice little recognition of the defenders trying to challenge a little bit too late. And so it was up and over they go. Independence up 2-1.
Now, look at who it is. It's Sleet this time. Being able to pop it over Panda's head right there. That was a great shot and gives Independence the lead for the first time.
Yeah, oh man, popping right back out. So did not get discouraged whenever they went down. We mentioned that's a big factor, and Independence showing up. But ID Faye, again, right back at it, trying to get that second touch, and does. But the 50-50 will send it courtside over to Sleet. He will now play out. Couple of touches, beats the last defender because of it. 20 in the boost tank, enough to get a couple of touches themselves on that last little challenge, but unfortunately couldn't direct it towards the net, but they still have possession here in the corner.
Yeah, one touch too many is what I thought whenever I saw that happen here, but it looks like Sleet's going to go right back at it. Only had 14 boosts, not able to do anything with that setup.
Yeah, and so now it's, again, Swag back into the zone it goes. Flowing will try and control it. Unfortunately, got away a little bit. And now the speed, the shot a little high. And now it's flowing right back on it themselves as Rocky River finally put on some solid pressure for an extended period of time. But if they're not careful here, Independence again knocking on the doorstep. It's crazy how these two teams just continuously go back and forth on one another.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're seeing 30 seconds remaining, which is a lot of time in Rocket League. We say this every time in this stream, but I mean, 25 seconds in Rocket League, we've seen multiple goals can happen in that time. So, we're seeing a possible another one here as they cross goal and puts it in his own goal.
Oh my, I mean, Flowing did a good job and almost directed that on net themselves.
Yes.
But then, so first of all, what an angle, almost had it. And then you create your own chance because just by directing it back, that's how you created the luck to put it in their own net.
Absolutely, and Sleet was there on the return too if Rocky River wasn't able to touch it. Unfortunately for Rocky River, it did go the wrong way.
Yeah.
But, either way, Sleet was in the right position. So I do want to highlight that as we might see another goal here just for an insurance goal if Sleet can get a nice pass to Silly here.
Yeah, and that second touch, and Silly was there. In fact, it wouldn't matter either way. They were up 3-1, but they were trying to gain that momentum back and did a good job to get a couple of goals there late. In fact, they got 3 in a row there, and every single member of the team getting goals here as well.
Wow, yeah, I mean, 9 shots to 8 shots. You
Yeah.
see how neck and neck they are on offense. The saves were there as well. Both of these teams playing phenomenal. I can't wait to see who can come out in the series.
Yeah, Rocky River is all about shooting percentage. The saves there on Rocky River's side were up. Independence not so much, but that means the shots were a little bit off the mark for Rocky River. They'll look to clean that up as well. Well, it's going to, that was just the break, according to Tark. So
For real.
now we get into the real business, apparently, as we send it over to our first submission. It'll be Rocky River kicking us off with their investor pitch. Check this out.
This is our Rocky River STEM project, Scholarships in the Scholar System. For our mission for this game, we will make a Space Invaders-esque game containing all the schools in CMS. Why would you play our game? This game includes custom-made sprites based off some of the schools in CMS and will have fun mechanics included within the gameplay. As for the attainability, the game will be completely free to play, and we will make sure that everyone in the CMS system can play this exciting game with fun mechanics.
We currently have 3 game sprite examples. The left and right ones are the Westmech and Urjukel enemy ships. The middle one is a Rocky River main ship. The team. I will be working on the game, making visuals for the game, and Pandy will be the game tester and main assistant. CV Amp will be also working on the game and be a game tester. Airdope will be a graphic designer and provide feedback, and IDFA will also be an idea presenter and also provide feedback. The plan, step 1 will be starting with the basics of the game and thinking about the mechanics we could add. Step 2 will be designing the enemies and starting to make the game function. And finally, step 3, we will be testing for bugs and making sure everything is working before submitting the game.
So they got to draw up their plan a little bit, but we didn't get to see a whole lot of the game.
Yeah, a little bit different from the other couple submissions we've seen already. But we'll see what Independence has after this game for their STEM submission.
All right, Rocky River. Let's see you step it up on the Rocket League side. They had great chances. And in fact, part of that STEM team was ID Faye.
Yeah.
ID Faye in there and doing some work. As now they're on the Rocket League pitch. Also, of course, a couple of goals early. Well, 1 goal early, almost the second one into his own net. I correct myself, but now it's Independence right back with control, but now it's Rocky River right back down into the zone. Flowing, couldn't get a good touch there. Luckily, no member of Rocky River were in position and in that angle in order to get a shot on net, and that'll allow Independence to clear.
Yeah, oh wow, and that was a possible shot, just a tough angle on that for Independence, not able to go, but they still maintain position here.
Yeah, now trying to press in. As ID Faye, good speed here. Now just needs to send it, corral it across, and try to bump Silly as well, but Silly got just enough to push that right out of the box. So through the box and out it went for Rocky River. That was shot. That had some velocity to it. So they had a bit of a struggle trying to push that out to the side, but they eventually get there. And now Sleet allowed the chance to challenge here for Independence. It's Perk right back on it. Now trying to get to it is Flowing. Now left in a 1v1 situation here with Swag and almost won it, but a good job defensively from Swag to keep that one away.
Yeah, that was a great defense right there. And now it looks like it's going back the other way as we can see Rocky River has a possible shot. Not able to get it though, as Independence now trying to get this clear.
Yeah, and now Berg trying to be pesky, rather, and try to keep it in the zone there, block it, but Silly right back into the zone it goes for Independence. And it feels like Rocky River has been stuck here for an extended period of time. It's all about defensive rotations. I mean, I talked off their defense after game number 1, but it's sliding a little bit here as they continue to struggle to get these challenges.
Yeah, who's being a pest for sure is Silly. I mean, he is just he's causing chaos in the middle. You got to love it if you're Independence. If you're Rocky River, not so much. You know, he's just that guy who's bumping everybody in the middle, midfield. Just like, man, this guy, just get him off my back. But it does not look like, wow, that was a possible goal. So close.
Swag did a great job. That was underrated, right? Because it was basically over their shoulders, but it won't matter. Sleety's right back on it there for, I say Sleety. Sleet is there for Independence as promoting your YouTube channel is also perhaps a good place to do that. And so now they're up 1-0 yet again. So Rocky River, they've got the heart. They just can't find the back of the net.
Yeah, and big shout out to Flowing on that pass. I mean, even though, you know, I think he was just trying to hit it out. I mean, well, guess what? It was in the corner, which can set your team up perfectly, and that's what happened.
And oh man, so definitely set themselves up with a Game 1 win if you're just joining us now in this best of 5. And with the lead pushing towards that 2-0 count, Flowing back up the shot, the post. Now the follow-up still on the goal line. They will break through. It's Silly. And you've called their name plenty of times. It's 2-0.
Yeah, and another one from Flowing, able to get that. Just hit off the top, but guess who's there? Silly. That's why you love the chemistry, the teamwork, the comms. That shows, even though we're not hearing it right now, that's what's happening. That they are talking constantly for the, you know, people at home. And we have another.
Oh, my, what a save!
And that was going to go for Rocky River. That was almost just off the tip.
Yeah, and now the shot the other one is save. ID Faye back the other way now, trying to transition. It's now in the corner. It's Silly to touch away. Chances both ways, and it just seems like Independence, the only one to break through as that defense continues to impress.
Absolutely, and you see Independence here have a possible shot right here. It's a one-on-one situation. Great play here by Sleet. Able to hit the top crossbar and sling it in. Watch this one again right here as Sleet picks it up, hits it off the top cross, and drops it right in. Phenomenal play. 3-0. Independence is handling business right now against Rocky River. Let's see if Rocky River is going to be able to answer back. You saw how close of a game it was in Game 1. Here in Game 2 right now, it's been really all Independence. And, you know, if you're Independence, you're feeling really good because you had that momentum coming off of Game 1. You're throwing it on Game 2. You're seeing the results. 3-0. 4-0. I stand corrected. 4-0. And now, you know, they're feeling great.
Yeah.
They got to be.
I am impressed by this Independent side because, you know, you have your 4-0, 5-0, 6-0 games in the CMS League. It's just bound to happen, right? You can only, you know, use players from your school system. Sometimes they don't play Rocket League quite yet, right? And so, you know, you see one-sided affairs, but the way that Rocky River has really, you know, forced and created chances of their own and Independence is able to fight those off, that's what makes a good team. This is a good challenge for them, and yet they're still winning by such a large margin.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the game that I'm saying, don't hold your head down low right now. You still got another game. Game 3 is going to be huge because obviously Game 1, it was neck and neck. They were back and forth. Obviously, you can still feel good about yourself going into Game 2. Well, after a 4-0 defeat, possible, you know, game's still going, but 4-0 right now, you're not feeling the best. But if you can stay positive going into Game 3, that makes the world of a difference.
It certainly does. Well, here we go.
Might get a goal right here.
5 seconds left, and they will tap one in.
No shutout. No shutout.
It feels a little bit better to finally be rewarded for something. You know, does it feel good enough to push you into game number 3 and then say, hey, we're gonna get back?
I don't think the momentum shifted off that goal, but I do think who, you know, I think they're in their head. They're like, okay, we know we can score.
Yeah.
But just not getting shut out is a win in my book, right?
Agreed. Yeah, and that might even just be the difference there, right? But I agree with you. It's debatable because sometimes you'll see like one goal to end it off for one team, and suddenly they're a whole different team coming back. But that's yet to be seen yet. Independence has been that strong where I'm actually doubting the fact, you know, that Rocky River is going to give them a challenge here. Independence has already seen what Rocky River can throw at them, and they've been doing a great job to deny them just about every time. Speaking of which, we saw what Rocky River was able to do on the stem side. It's Independence turn for their stem submission. Check out their investor pitch now.
It's chess. It's boring and old, and everyone's seen it before. You move pieces around until you eventually take a piece. Now, this is fun for most people, but for an everyday player like me, this isn't very fun, which is why I'm going to introduce you to chess PvP. Hi, my name is Floppa, and I'm from Independence High School, and I am here to show you what Independence has come up with for our game idea. In this game, instead of just normally taking a piece, you will instead fight on a 2D platform with each piece having their own specific weapon and or ability, and whoever wins in that fight will win on the chessboard. The game is basically still chess, but you add a fun and interactive way in order to learn the game. This is intended to target mostly people who want to learn chess or who just want to have fun playing a game. We are making this game free to play in order to get as many people around the world to learn chess in a fun way. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys take into consideration chess PvP. Thank you and have a great day.
So a little bit more context as far as what they're looking to build here.
Yes.
And so you love seeing that too on the Stim side here as well, as Independence continues to just impress me overall from their esports side to their Stim side and now to a goal on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. It took them in preseason. I know it's preseason, but usually you practice like you play. Preseason's kind of similar. Obviously, you just get an extra week to prepare. But, you know, Independence fell short in their first game, and then after that, just took off. So I think right now, after that first game win, that was just really big for their confidence.
Certainly was. That's a big save from Swag, who we've seen hold it down defensively, and we see an ID Faye and their offensive prowess. They just need that balance to know when they can push forward, as, you know, it doesn't seem like there's anything too fundamentally wrong with the rotations offensively, too. You see them not too far back. You don't see them fully committing either if you're Rocky River, but just something just a little bit bested by Independence, and it's got to be that speed and recognition on the pitch here.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's just them getting to the ball a little bit quicker, and like we said pre-game, I mean, that can make a difference. That hand-eye coordination. Rocky River's there when it comes to IQ. They're in the right spots.
Oh, yeah.
But trying to get, you know, everything together. Great save right there. Great play by Knott. And they're going to be able to clear this one and see if get a goal here for Rocky River possibly.
Yeah, we'll see if they can piece it together here. They've been so close. Over and over. That's a miss, though. A chance silly. Again, right place, right time, as they have been consistently throughout this series. And now back on it, left in a 1v1 situation. Swag able to get it out of the zone. No, still hit.
Oh, my goodness.
Hits off the backside of Swag. And a 2-0 lead now for Independence.
Watch flowing right here with this line drive shot right through. I mean, I think it did hit off one of the Rocky River's cars, but didn't go back the other way. It went completely reverse, and that's going to give Independence the 2-0 lead.
2-0 Independence looking to close out. Me and you discounts, we don't typically like to see these shutouts in these, you know, these sweeps. But I mean, the way Independence is playing, they love seeing it.
That's off for sure. I mean, and like you said, Rocky River's not playing bad. They're in the right spots. They're, you know, playing smart Rocket League. It's just Independence is just that much quicker.
They certainly have been so far. Off the kickoff, we'll see if Rocky River can get at least a little bit of momentum, but right back up to the sky as Slade, he takes a shot. Although that one is well off the mark, it'll be ID Faye back the other way to try and play in transition. Good flick to get it across.
Oh, wow.
Couldn't quite find it. Looked like it might have had that far side post, but it does ring off the post instead, and Independence again holds on to this 3-0 lead.
Yeah, you want that one back for sure, especially with 3 minutes left whenever you possibly could be getting swept right here. I mean, that is just one thing you want to go in. I mean, just you only be trailing 2 right now, you know, and then times the ticking is not on your side. So very unfortunate right there for Rocky River.
Now, ID Faye again in the right place, but the 50-50 from Independence is one. It was just every single recognition, every little detail, every way of, you know, shielding this Rocky River team from not being able to get it past him at midfield. The mid-control has been unreal, which Tark likes to joke at me about, but it's so important.
Yeah.
You know, protect the mids, he says. And it's absolutely correct. And right now, Independence is doing a great job. Down to 2:18 left here on the clock. Independence, at this point, I mean, it's such a tendency to let off the gas and kind of go into cruise control and close it out, just kill some time. But the way Rocky River's been putting on chances, you can't really do that.
No, not unless you want a tighter game, if you just slack off a little bit. And that's what could happen if they do let off the gas. So I don't think Independence is, as you see, they're cutting them off every 50-50. They're getting to the ball, you know, still now with only 2 minutes left, and they're still just beating to the ball a little bit faster, a little bit less on missed touches. What we have been seeing a little bit on Rocky River, just a few missed touches more than Independence. Independence has been pretty solid when it comes to, you know, just touching the ball solid.
Yeah. Not exactly a perfect parallel, but apparently there is a connection between Rocket League and football. And the success of your teams here. As now the 3-0 making a 4-0 lead here to try and close out in game number 3. And we do want to let you know that there's other action going on here at Rocket League-wise in the CMS Esports League. Go over to twitch.tv/CMS Esports League B, as in boy, as in the B stream itself. And my close friends, Mr. Bepic and Guilthane's on the cast over there holding it down. It is JT Williams, one of those heavy power hitters, facing off with Providence right now on that channel.
Yeah, that is a squad for sure. I mean, we saw in the past season that was just a force to be reckoned with. And that's on the STEM side as well.
Yeah.
They were great.
Absolutely. They led the way in the
Yes.
STEM side. In fact, you know, we gave credit to their STEM side before the Rocket League side until they showed up and gave Archer Kell a run for their money.
And also, they had the support system. I mean, that was the loudest high school in this arena that night whenever the playoffs were kicking off.
Yeah, if you heard, you know, the fans absolutely explode. It's because they were, you know, just slightly to our left.
Yes.
But there were so many of them. We were outnumbered by,
A lot.
Yeah, by 20, 25, at least 30 individuals in here supporting. And that's what we love seeing is the support of the students. And JT Williams definitely did it right. But Archer Kell also had a following there too.
For
They
sure.
won the championship.
Of course. I mean, both teams just, you know, top 2 teams playing. And JT Williams is definitely a squad to be reckoned with. Audrey Kell, Olympic, all the top squads. But hey, we got some new teams here now. Independence says, hey, what's up? We want to be on the top as well.
They certainly did. I thought this series was going to be a lot closer than it was. Rocky River will get one back here with 23 seconds left. But at this point, it is basically... I can't quite call it yet, but it is basically there. Independence is going to go 3-0 here in the sweep. And again, we'll have to see how they did on the STEM side here, but so far so good for them.
And I still have high hopes for this Rocky River squad. I mean, like we said earlier, they're just getting a little bit, you know, some touches not going their way or just not getting there a little bit faster than their opponents. And that's just something to work on, is just reaction time and positioning as well. And, you know, I can't wait to see how they improve and use what they learned this week in the next one.
Yeah, 6-1 is scoreline here. Will they be able to get the Brazil like we saw in the last one?
See it.
You know they're going to go for it, but I don't think, I don't know. Rocky River, they're going to have to step up and try to kill it here with 3 seconds left in play for the judges there on the STEM side here. Independence wins this one 3-0, a sweep. Off the kickoff we go. It will hit the ground here, but stay in the air for now. Flowing, looking to make it that 7th goal, but the touch away here to the corner.
They're trying.
The ground yet. I mean, they continuously step on the gas, and slowly it was on line. It was on target, but it was not in. Either way, they were going to win. It's 3-0 in the sweep for Independence, who, I mean, stepped up. We talked about the shots being so even in game number 1. What happened, Discounts?
Yeah, I mean, even game 2 was just lopsided shot-wise. And you see Independence, the more shots they had, I mean, more opportunities they had, which means they put up a lot more goals.
Yeah, that's right. Well, listen, I made a mistake. Don't switch back and forth. Just have 2 tabs open.
That's true.
And watch the A. Yeah, we know you have 2 monitors. You're a gamer. Have one, the A stream on your left monitor, have the B stream on your right monitor, and hang out with this as we go to the sim side judges now to determine who wins the sim side. Guys.
Yes, I mean, that was a lopsided match once again. Again, it's early in the season. We saw some very interesting things out of the STEM side, and now we're back over into game dev, right? That means they are building kind of not in the app dev, the second season kind of specialty area, but back to building games. Saw some interesting stuff. Malcolm, why don't you start us off?
Well, so we had Independence versus Rocky River. And so with Independence up first, you know, I love the idea of taking a new spin on an old classic of chess. Didn't see a lot of original artwork yet. The idea was clearly there. Maybe they have some more people on the team. I don't know. We'll find out. As for Rocky Rivers, Space Invader, another old classic. Not quite as old as chess, but, you know, they had artwork from different schools coming on there to be different ships. So, I mean, I could see this being a really popular game across all of CMS because they're going to see their ships or their school ship represented in this game somewhere. So I'm going to give 2 points. No, sorry, 1 point. 1 point to Independence and 1 point to Rocky River.
Wow.
And-
Good cop.
And one more thing I'll mention about Rocky River. This was all done on a Chromebook.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a new piece of information for me right there. I liked what I saw out of both of them. I think, you could give some additional credit to Independence for maybe a little more polish here and there. But then again, we know the STEM varsity player over there, and Floppa is a force to be reckoned with. So while that's a plus, a minus is I'm not sure if it was just Floppa doing it, carrying the load for the entire school, but I know on Rocky River there's an entire varsity STEM team at work. So I gotta weigh that in ultimately in my recommendation here. I also think that I like the two reasons for a virality of what they can build and where this can go, knowing that 8 weeks they're going to be building, marketing, deploying, letting folks play. I think that Rocky River, if they do this right, has the ability for more local virality potential because of the schools and the kind of nationalistic pride of each school and their logos and stuff like that. So, I think I could see kids trying to play that there because it could catch on and they want to, use their ultimate school's logo. But on the other side, I could see Floppa, if he does it perfectly, and I'm not just going to say Floppa, Independence, because there might be more, that chess game and a new take on chess could potentially, while less likely, go viral, like nationally, globally, as something like that if all the stars align. Either way, they both have their work cut out for them. And I'm still going to kind of default to a tie here, 1-1. You can pull up the sheet there if you have it, production. I think we leaned just because of the fact that we're unsure if it's just one contributor at Independence or a whole team. We know there's a whole team working over there at Rocky River, so we gave them more check marks. And in the day, I'm going to split my points too, so they're going to be 2-2. But again, this is week 1. Our hunches are going to play themselves out in the weeks to come.
Yeah, and that's certainly something to consider here. Discounts is the fact that it's week 1, right? You're trying to get your footing down. We've seen so many teams improve, and I don't think there's a whole lot of terrible things to say about their presentations. I thought they kind of held their own, and so they'll definitely look to build on that, right? In week 1, it's all about how do we get the team going. In week 2, they're going to start judging a little bit stronger. We've seen it in the past.
Hey, we've seen some tough judging by Tarka. I mean.
Yeah.
You never know. That's why he always says, "Oh, you're gonna be the good cop, right?" Huh?
Yep.
So he's usually the bad cop sometimes.
Yeah. Well, exactly. I think it's all about expectations too, because just show up once and do something incredible, and then suddenly the expectations are, all right, we've seen you do it before.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna come back out here and we're gonna do it again.
One
It's like
thing
build that
I don't
confidence.
want to curse it because casting curse. I don't want that to be labeled on me, but the submissions have all been there.
Yeah.
I love it because we've had in the past where we had some submissions not the best.
Kind of wood, yeah.
We got.
Yeah.
I hope that's wood. But either way, I mean, they're showing up, and like you said, it is the little, the bare minimum when you do show up, but also at least you're showing up. You're doing something. You're there. You're putting in the work. And the same thing with Rocket League.
Yeah.
We look back on that as well, and it's like, you might have gotten 3-0 sweep, but here in week 2, even if you're improving maybe 3-1 or whatever it is, you're going to be improving each and every week, and that's what we want to see here.
I will tell you that Rocky River, for sure, is going to challenge some teams here.
Absolutely.
In the Rocket League side of things, too. So I'm very interested to see if they can keep it. Again, they'll have to play at that same level of play. So they got to keep their heart in it, even with that loss going 0-3. But I know they're capable of it, discounts. And we're actually going to take a quick break here while we set up the next match. But don't go anywhere after this break. It'll be the winners, the champions of Season 0, Archery Cal. They'll be facing off with South Mech after this quick break. bit slow to get to that challenge, but eventually they will. And Shadow back on it too. Jeremiah tried to cause a little bit of chaos, but not enough to do much with it. And the first goal is actually going to go to Rocky River. That one was challenging here. Rocky River needing to play some defense themselves. As ID Faye now going to hold back. The challenge is there in Shadow. Able to make it 2-0 Rocky Rivers. And now it's chipped to the center. Trying to challenge the boxes. Huff, but they will have to wait for another challenge. Ninja actually hit it away from his own teammate. So because of that, we hold back. Now Panda, he'll launch one off the bar and in. Finally able to tap it away. 3-0 Rocky River.
Puff high, never say die.
That's it. That's their motto. Now a shot, chip, an opportunity, and hold that thought. Goes to depth. Able to pull them back within one. Rocky River. Rocky River will take their first win of the CMS Esports League for them in the preseason by the count of 3-2. Now Huff high. It'll be goes to depth with a double touch. And 1-0 against Rocky River here early as you see him get one past Panda, who tried to challenge, even tried to adjust his pattern defensively. And Huff high with a shutout in game 2 to bring this series even at 1. Yet again, it doesn't seem like pressure is a thing that really affects Huff high to some degree, as they've been really good. A chance to double touch in. Goes to depth, showing mechanics as well. Not just numbers, but also making the highlight reel as well.
Good shot, good work.
The ghost is right there. Beat to it though. ID Faye, a quick shot and in. We'll cut the lead in half. That's just pure speed there, Charlie. Now Faye is up for it. A chance to try and tie it. Oh, but the defender knocks it down. It'll be Huff. That wins the series 3-1.
We'll see now, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. No excuses now. You can see Archer Kell. That was a bomb from downtown. Rocks puts it away. A 2-1 lead here for Archer Kell. It's now JT Williams. Some good passing of their own. Grassy the shot and lands it. And we're even at 2 here in game number 1. Onto it, and we'll push it to the wall so he can get enough momentum going to flip it back down. A miss on the backside, and Archery Kell. And in support is Grassy to push it forward here for JT Williams. Grassy get the angle and does. And I think the defender was bumped off it as well, and Grassy credited with this goal to put JT Williams up 1-0. Barris now to the back wall. Will try to do it himself. The chip to the box, but JT Williams will hold him off. And it'll be a 1-0 victory to even the series at 1 for JT Williams. Will be bested by Rux. Nutella back out. Good chip. It's the center. Now we'll pull back down. A good job to pull it back down. Nutella with some crafty work on the grounds. And able to put this one back in to even things at 1. Popped right back down. And sure enough, we got a wave dash there, which Creeper on Rux almost got to. Down to 26 seconds left. JT Williams, it's Nutella the shot and in. JT Williams up 2-1 in this one with just 23 seconds left. Snore back there. Barris across. Creeper the bouncer and in. So with 3 seconds left, Archery Kell will not go away. Everybody's silent, even in chat, just watching this game. You saw the support earlier in this one. But since it's ramped up, it's been quiet. Creeper the one to end it in overtime. Archery Kell were able to answer the bell late and force the overtime in the first place. And Grassy just couldn't quite handle it. And Creeper the one stepping up. Now over to Creeper. We'll use the corner and bumped off. It was Nutella. Rocks back up for it. The shot. And it finds its way in. Archery Kell 3-0 now. Grassy needs to get one here. They need one off of this break, and I think they have it if Snore can get to it. The shot is in again. 7 seconds left. And 3-2 ball game. Never count out either team in this series. Well, you never know. Nutella back down. Snore needs to keep it up. Now, oh, we couldn't hit the corner. Archery Kell gonna hold off in this one. Well, you can tell that Harding, relatively new at the game of Rocket League, is Adam struggling to get a couple touches. That was a good save, though. So, if inexperienced, can't really tell. That was a great play, and we'll actually get a goal here.
First game.
100% was a jinx, and always exists. And what a shot, by the way. My goodness. Love hearing it. So, Providence up 1-0, make it 2-0. As now Legend gets in on the game.
Oh, we got a little aerial attempt. Barely missing out on the goal, and there's the done.
That's right, 2-0 victory here in the series. Harding definitely stepped it up though. On keyboard and mouse, just keep that in mind too. And why Charlotte's on the board first, as they have the lead over Palisades 1-0. As Map just got bested in the 50-50 from Malik. And as Saab just challenged Killam Kane, thought they were going to get that extra touch. It was not to be. Saab now will hold back. CJ last chance has to keep it up in the air. And does. Killam Kane, but it's going to be knocked away from Saab, and they didn't do it. They didn't tie it. It's West Charlotte that walks away with the Game 1 win.
And look at this action right now. I'm telling you, Bearlight, I feel it. These guys are coming to play. Off the wall with the touch. The Map going and making it 1-0. Palisades coming back. West Charlotte not gonna do what they just did to him again.
And tie this game up, but right now pressure against Palisades, and that's a shot from CJ. Saab will try to touch this down, but it's right to a shot. Malik couldn't get back to it. Palisades all over it now. I think it was all about incorporating the map into it, and the map has really shown the way for Palisades. Yeah, I did it. And it's 3-0 here for this squad here, game number 3. We nailed the nail in the head there. And a great flick again. Killam Kane showing off skills. Landon hasn't seen a whole lot from him, but that's a bouncer, and it will find its way through. And Saab has been the one to do it a couple of times. As you see Tower Sparky in there trying to get everybody hyped up for it. What a save from Mystical, who again, we talked about had some struggles there in a couple of games, but then suddenly comes out of nowhere with a huge save.
I mean, that save alone is, again, back to fundamentals, not trying to hit a home run every time, playing positions, playing roles.
And now a follow-up from Malik too.
See what? This is what I'm talking about. That team that just got demolished for like 2.5 games straight is all of a sudden back in. What changed?
Palisades with the win, dominant fashion. West Charlotte had a little bit of something to Welcome back to the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. Again, joined by Discounts here in the esports booth. Like we were last season, we're back
That's
again,
right.
baby.
I
What
love
a start
it.
to the broadcast as well.
Season 1 is underway. We've seen 2 sweeps so far. I mean,
Yeah.
like you said, we're not favorites of the sweep. We like to see good games just like you at home, but so far that's what we've been seeing. Now, this matchup coming up,
Yep.
I don't know if we're going to be seeing a sweep.
It could be very
maybe, though.
close. The story of the season so far. I know it's only in week 1, but listen, I have to build it up to some degree. It is going to be Ardrey Kell, your former champions, facing off with now Skimmit in South Mech. Let's shake out the lineups right now and see who's on each team, including, of course, we talked about Skimmit coming from Charlotte Engineering over to South Mech. And so, you know, him joining this squad here, you see him with Peyton and Math. So we haven't seen those two. Maybe Math last season. I know Peyton was stepping it up on the broadcast for the preseason show, but again, they'll be going up against Barris. They'll be going up against Rux. Those two combined at the LAN last season.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. We're going straight into the game as Rux with the kickoff. I mean, this game, like you said, it is week 1. It's hard to hype it up, but it's not too hard to hype it up. You have, you know, 3 of the greatest players here in this league from the past in season 0. Now kicking off here, playing against each other, skimming on a new high school. I mean, this is actually kind of nice.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we talked about, they have the defense in South Mech. I mean, they made improvements too. Peyton, so strong. C. Hercules was in just about every single play, involved in just about every single goal that they scored. And to have that, you need that full team effort against Ardrey Kell coming in. They've added Creeper to this roster too, somebody who flew under the radar, part of the WideSack program back in the day, and now comes in and, you know, actually does some guest casting with us too. Has done that before. So the best of all worlds here in the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. So it'll be a tough challenge regardless. You had Skimmit, it won't matter. I mean, Ardrey Kell is still going to be tough to beat, but Skimmit almost beat them out to midfield. Luckily, Rux was back to get that first defense.
Yeah, and this is just, like you said, I mean, you're seeing high-level plays right here. You got to love it. Rux definitely was a top player, but having... Oh, there we go, and there's Barris, one of the top players of this league, throws it in right here. Watch this one again. Break this one down for us, Bear.
Just off that sidewall, able to beat it, and knew the challenge was coming too. That's using audio clues and visual clues, knowing that they're coming from the right side out of your peripheral. So you don't know, but you can hear it. You tap it off that side wall to get around that challenge. Once you do, you pick it up, you throw it in the back of the net, and when you have the capability that Barris does, he finds the back of the net so often. That's his second of the game, 2-0.
Watch this again. He was already up in there. As soon as that ball was up, Barris is up as well. Hits the double tap. Watch that. Double tap the like right there. He slams it down. And man, already off to a great start for the champions.
Yeah, there's a reason why. You know, they're going to have the target on their back all season long. All these high schools, it's going to be their motto. Beat Ardrey Kell.
Yes.
Right? Beat Ardrey Kell is going to be there in their huddle, and that's going to be their mission all season long. For South Mech, I mean, unfortunate that you're lining up with them in week 1, but also you might be able to catch them by surprise, you know, having added Skimmit and a little bit of depth into the roster as well. But they will need to try and make a difference a little bit early here, you know, in the next minute or so to really show Ardrey Kell that maybe they'll have to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, Skimmit is just phenomenal. We saw him in season 0, you know, carry that UNC, you know, Charlotte Engineering team. And now I can see him doing the same thing here for South Mech. Obviously, some great players, like you said, around him with C. Hercules. I mean, he was almost had that save on the goal 1. And now looking back, Skimmit is here to help him out here.
Yeah, here to challenge them for sure. See Hercules back out. Oh, Barris' save. We've seen his offense. Now his defense coming in handy as well. This one will fall back down to Rux. He's got C. Hercules backpedaling there a little bit. And that reverse that he hit here, Skimmit. Good fake to get Barris. You saw it, and that's just the intelligence of Skimmit. He makes plays like this all the time. It's his mechanics, but also knowing that Barris is up quickly like you saw him in that last goal, knowing that you can slow play, get around him in that fashion was definitely refreshing to see here for South.
Seeing this high level of Rocket League right now, that's exactly what, I mean, you see him slow it down. And, you know, we talk about how fast, you want to speed it up, you want to be there first, but him able to slow the game down and master it like that is just crazy to watch. And seeing a Barris possibly have a set up for Rux, but Rux goes back. He is backpedaling and Skimmit trying to do something here, but Barris, man, that one-on-one matchup, Barris and Skimmit, is going to be a great matchup through this whole series. I mean, just two high-level players, and like I said, someone like Skimmick can just slow things down, speed things up, and kind of just play his own game, and they have to kind of follow.
Yeah, we saw even Peyton make a great defensive effort there, but Barris was already up for it to make a challenge there too. But then again, Skimmick came in support to help out a little bit, using some speed this time. And that change of pace from being able to play it slow, just finding the right tempo at the exact right times. But unfortunately, the touch you don't want for South Mech is out to Barris at the top of the box. He buries another one for the hat trick, 3-0 in game one.
You're watching this again. Sea Hercules did get the touch, was hoping to be able to get that, just defense right there on that shot, but Barris just slams it in. And now Audrey Kell up 3-0 in game one. You know they're feeling good, but like you said, they have a target on their back this whole season. Everyone wants to beat them. So this is a team that they definitely can't let off on the gas at all throughout this whole season, because everyone wants to beat the champion, right? And that's exactly, everyone's mentality whenever they play a championship, a champion squad like Audrey Kell.
Certainly. One person that I have been watching as well has been Creeper. Coming into the league, or even prior to that, I guess, he's made improvements like crazy. Champ 1 a year ago, and now at this level where he's around the Champ 3, I would imagine, just by watching his gameplay and holding it down, right? Because Barris and Rux can run your offense solo, and to have that last rock there back if you need it has been effective as well. Skim it with a new team, but unfortunately, no new answers here for Audrey Kell.
Yeah, I mean, this is... at this high of a level of Rocket League right now, for this high school league, is chess and not checkers when it comes to these two teams. I think both of these teams they know what's going on. Like Skimmett slowing the ball down when he knows Barris is coming. Like that is just something high-level thinking for both of these teams, and you're going to see that throughout this whole series.
Absolutely. The next dynamic to it, right? The next dimension, if you will, would be, being able to find a change, a pattern recognition to continuously, upgrade your play for South Mech. The adjustments will be everything here in this series. But for now, it'll be Audrey Kell off to a 1-0 lead here in this best of 5. So definitely where you want to be, but again, not where you can settle and say that I'm comfortable here, knowing who's on the other end of things.
Absolutely, and we're seeing right now as this ball is going to drop, see if it will, and it does. Audrey Kell does get the first game under their belt. Wow, Barris slams it down, MVP, just like last season.
It certainly is the goal scorer, right? And 3 goals in this one, the hat trick off of 4 shots too. The high percentage shooting is something that we saw all of last season as well. Peyton, like I mentioned, defensively stepping up with 2 saves. Unfortunately, not able to really keep up with the massive amount of shots that we saw from Audrey Kell, although the differential wasn't too much. But we have a sim side to get to as well, so let's go ahead and see our first submission. It is from no other than your esports champions, Audrey Kell.
Alright, here's Audrey Kell's submission, Clean Cut. It's a meal planning app. So table of contents here. First we'll go over our problem, then the solution, the scope of our app, and then lastly we'll go over some monetization. So the problem. One issue we face today is lack of knowledge on how to effectively financially plan for ourselves, and a major component of that is meal planning. There are still many households in America today that are not food secure, and our app plans to help mitigate that. So our app plans to help people effectively plan their meals. It will provide affordable and available meal plans that they can incorporate into their lives seamlessly. It will have varying ranges of options based on several factors to best fit the user's needs. So for some scopes. So there will be a simple authentication and account creation system, dynamic prices based on the user's location. So it will search the store prices around the user on the ingredients, so it'll give them an accurate price estimate for their meal plans. The app will show locations nearby in which the user can find ingredients. Users can input their own meal plans for others to use. Users can input price ranges, or can input a price range and receive the best suited plan for them. So for monetization, so for users who don't need the app for meal plans, but rather just to find meals they can enjoy, there will be premium plans that the users of the app can create and upload their meal plans to, which other users can subscribe to find higher quality meal plans. The revenue generated will be split between app and user. This helps boost a better ecosystem for the app as it gives back to the community as well. And that is Clean Cut, a simple app to solve your meal planning needs.
So you see, one thing that I've learned in presentations are, you want to give something a little bit of appeal, right? Give a little bit of an edge to a presentation, if you will. Not quite there. I love the idea for the app, right? Because it's something that it's very relevant. It's things, that people struggle with or deal with on a regular basis, right? Meals are coming up, right? And so I thought overall, addressing the problem, I'd like to see a little bit more edge, though, on the presentation. But other than that, I thought it was a decent performance.
Yeah, all details really nice. I did like where, you had premium, like, or it shows where the nearby foods are, if, whatever your meal plan is. And it looked very detailed and dialed up, but I agree.
Well, back into this one in South Mech with an early lead. So look at them bouncing back here, trying to cause maybe the first 1-1 series scoreline here, but I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. There's 3:24 left, and a Rux and a Barris on the other side.
I know. I've noticed another thing about the presentations is after, when we go back to the game, usually the team that was losing after what we were watching is now winning. So now we're seeing Skimmett score his first goal of this game. Watch it again as C. Hercules tries to get it in.
Wow.
Gets it blocked as Skimmett is right there for the putback. Barris was almost there to deflect that one.
Yeah, and that's what you need against Ardrikel, is to have that support. The first shot is almost always not going to go through. So you have to have somebody there right in to trade out. I think, FPS games. We have Valorant's added to the CMS Esports League as well, and the important part of that is support. It's not just the first challenge. If you lose that challenge, or if it's bested by a save, to have that next person ready to go and anticipating the results of the 50-50. And that's what South Mech has brought in this game number 2. No coincidence, they brought it back to a place where they're in control in a game. And Skimmett with this 3-0 now. South Mech is coming alive.
Skimmett now with this second goal of game 2, and watch it. I think he's starting to warm up, Bear. He gets it in between Rux and Creeper on that one. So, he's already scored one on Barris. He's already scored one on both now, Rux and Creeper. Yeah. I mean, he is feeling it right now.
Yeah. Cannot be stopped when in the right mindset. I mean, Skimmett is one of the stories that even when Charlotte Engineering was where he called home for, the first season, or the season 0, if you will. It's just no different here. Barris, though, able to answer directly back for Ardrikel. Again, you can't take a nap here any part of the game, otherwise he'll make you pay.
Absolutely. I mean, just being at the right place at the right time. Barris is always that guy. He's always putting up the most shots, always the most goals, and you see why. I mean, he's just always at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and we talked about Creeper, keeping an eye on him. He was able to get out and get that demo as well, so take the defense off the pitch. And, we've seen Barris, take way more difficult shots, too. And so Creeper was able to really set that up and maybe even create a new tone. This one off the post, though, unfavorable bounce for Ardrikel, and Skimmett was able to fake it, go back down the field, flip reset, toss it towards the net, almost got that follow-up, but couldn't quite convert.
I was about to say, no way is this about to go in, as Skimmett almost, then again, I don't know why I felt surprised this Skimmett. I mean, that's just something. I guess since it's a new season, I haven't seen it in a while, and now I just, I was about to see it again. I was like, oh, okay, deja vu.
Yeah, right when he's going for that flip reset, I know that it's possible to flick it back towards the left side. Now, is it very likely it was going to go in? No, but he made it close.
He did make it close.
Definitely convinced the audience here that was a possibility. But now Barris right back on it. Payton couldn't get to it. Skimmett able to bail them out, though. And Ardrikel right back out it. Skimmett, another clear down into the zone. And C. Hercules, good reaction time to get up and play it right back into Ardrikel territory, although that stint will only last for a limited amount of time, as Rux will shoot one as well on target. But C. Hercules gets it the first one, and Skimmett to carry back out for the second. A 50-50 as well. It's a foot race, and Skimmett wins it for 1 Ardrikel here with the minute 2 remaining.
That's the Skimmett we know already with a hat trick in game 2, and just looking for, chaos to cause for Ardrikel. Yeah. He said, you guys, we know you guys are the champions. We're here to be the new champions. I'm going to show you what we can do here at South Mech.
Man, oh man, they have come alive, and to have somebody like Skimmett who's, brilliant I mean, IQ high. We're talking leadership high as well. Communication is also up there too. I know he was one of the individuals who talked to our stats team and said, "Hey, I can improve your stats sheet too if I have some advice for you too." Which, I mean, Peyton becoming part of the equation as well. Starting it off with defense and saying we can hang with Ardrikel, and now this is a whole different dynamic than we've seen.
This is what I love to see right here. That play didn't even involve Skimmit at all. And that just shows you that Skimmit can trust his teammates, Sea Hercules and Peyton, to be able to just do their thing where he can trust them. He can get back, get boost, get in the right position for the next shot. But if they're out here scoring goals too, it's just going to make his life a lot easier.
And here he is again on the doorstep. Unfortunately went a little bit high. But Sea Hercules, I mean, it made it very awkward for Ardrikel defense to even do much with that opportunity. And that's what started that sequence to begin with. Skimmit back on it. Almost beat him there. That one will play off the corner here, but Ardrikel with the 5-1 lead with 13 seconds left. Finally, we can say it. Discounts. Yes. It is not a sweep here. No sweep. One. It's South Mech who came alive here. Make it 6-1 and just a statement piece.
That's exactly what I wanted to see from South Mech, to answer back from Ardrikel, because we knew they're a little bit closer than what that game 1 showed. But now, since both of them kind of did the same situation, let's see what game 3 brings.
Oh, it's definitely the question. You know, who even comes back here? I can't even say. I want to sit here and say, you know, South Mech 6-1 win. They're going to have the best chance here, even percentage-wise, to win the next game. I just cannot sit here and safely say it. When you have Rux and Barris on the other side, and it's, when you're going to allow Sea Hercules to take 7 shots and then skim it 6, you can't walk away from a win.
No, I mean, 14 shots on goal just for South Mech alone. If they can continue to do that, Ardrikel's going to be in a little bit of trouble.
That's certainly right. We have another STEM submission, I believe. We'll check with production and see what's going on there. It is South Mech with their investor pitch as well. So they bounce back in the esports section. Can they do it in STEM?
Hello, my name is Rory Bowen, and I am representing the South Mech STEM team for Week 1 of Season 1. So let's get right into it. Our problem statement for this season is that we are going to build a educational interactive app to teach younger generations about when and how to implement clean green energy and how to counteract the negatives of fossil fuels and greenhouse gases. The main feature is a interactive educational experience to teach these kids about green energy. Our target demographic is from about 2nd grade to 7th grade, and our platforms will be iPads, iPhones, and desktop computers. So not only can these kids learn at school, but they can also learn at home and educate their parents about it. Our return on investment strategy is we are investing in our kids to make the world a better place, but also we can connect with green energy companies and promote their products on our app too. Thank y'all.
Back into it. So that's what the STEM challenge is all about here in Week 1. So we'll get back to you as far as what that means here. In the meantime, we will definitely hear it from the judges for sure, as Skimmit will play this back to his own corner. And now try to work from there. Ardrikel right back out. They only scored once in game number 2, and then suddenly they get the first goal within the first minute.
The way Sea Hercules is playing right now, you see him just getting all these touches and kind of just setting up Skimmit also. And I really think that's been the big difference, really, from game 1 to game 2, is Sea Hercules has really came alive here.
Certainly has. Barris with a quick reactional save will need to do it again, but Rux accidentally bumped into him, and Skimmit with a bullet there to make it 1-1 now.
Yeah, I mean, just watch that side hit right here from his, oh my goodness, beautiful. Gets it over Barris. Obviously, Rux was bumped. So now we got ourselves a tied game here in game 3. I think it's going to come down to the wire, though.
100% will. Off to kick off Erdry Kell trying to, sneak in those goals pretty quickly off of kickoffs and really give yourself every possible opportunity there can be. Is that one? Well, South Mech looking to do the same, try to answer there, but it'll be Rux to try beat out C Hercules, who has just shown up with speed. You're right, that has definitely been one of the players to watch, but I mean, Peyton talked about his defense. Skimmett, we already know. So this entire team is just getting involved.
I really think that Skimmett just makes his team better. And then on the other side, same thing with Barris. He makes everyone better. I mean, you see it from time and time, and you said someone like Creeper or Rux wasn't the best level, but just gained it up recently. And you see right here, is that going to possibly go down? No, but Payton's up in the air. Can he do it? No, it's another miss. Skimmett patiently waiting.
Oh, but I love that look from South Mech. They're back at it. Peyton tried to get that one a touch backwards. Unfortunately, that's a couple of times that Peyton couldn't quite follow through. Right place, right time, just couldn't quite get the execution there. But I mean, then it all started back from Skimmett trying the double flip reset. And then when he was able to just play off that second reset, just make it one, and was able to get the 50-50 to play it down, and you had that follow-up. And again, after that second chance was a third chance. The rotations continuously come through from South Mech, and it's making Erdry Kell sweat a little bit here.
Yes.
That they haven't been able to do that, or haven't had to do that in a very long time, even dating back to season 0.
Yeah, I mean, and I got to highlight Peyton too, because he has been also the player who's been just making the plays, just getting those nice touches and giving Skimmett a little bit more time to get that boost, get the rotation, and honestly, they're handling themselves. I mean, it's just great. See it.
Hercules was able to beat Creeper on that one as well. We'll try to play the 50-50. Creeper back down to try to make that challenge. You're never out of play. No single player on this pitch right now, out of the 6 playing, become a spectator after their touch. They're continuously jumping right back into play, whether it's to get a challenge or elsewhere. Peyton showing off the skill, making up for the last couple of mishaps earlier, and now a 2-1 lead for South Mech in game number 3.
Skimmett slams it off that corner, and Peyton goes straight up for it. He knows where it's going to be. I'm telling you, these guys, the chemistry start. You see it. I think these guys just had a slow start. They're back in it, and now Erdry Kell, like you said, sweating. Might need to get a shower after this series.
No doubt. And they find themselves behind. Skimmett, again, that touch to try and just chip it forward. The Rock's up for it. See Hercules with good anticipation, but it fell to Barris on the goal line. Finally breaks through. Erdry Kell has even it at 2.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just Rux and Barris doing what they do best. Great communication. Another thing, Rux was thinking about hitting it. Barris, you can just tell in their comms, hey, I got it.
Yep.
Rux backs off, Barris slams it down. We got ourselves a tied ball game.
You can even tell by his interview at the LAN, right? It's whenever he's here for the championship, won the championship, talked to news reporters, and when he just confidence, just spoke his mind.
Yeah.
And if you can do that with the news station, you can pretty much do that with anybody. I mean, that's pretty conscious of this guy.
That was a smart play, right, too. Barris was waiting on that pass. He was there, but nevertheless, South Mech was also there for the defense. And now, I mean, this team is back and forth. Once Skimmett or whoever scores on South Mech, Barris is ready to come right back at him and make this thing a ping-pong game here.
Oh, certainly. Skimmett right back at it. It's Creeper. Creeper able to keep it away here for Erdry Kell. Looking for a pass. Try to find Rux on the opposite side. Found Peyton instead, who will turn it here for South Mech. Eyeballing Skimmett. Across it goes. Barris was already up for it. And you can tell Skimmett just, instead of going for that, which was useless because Barris would have beat him anyways, he stayed on the ground, and now he's able to rotate back out. So if C Hercules can tap to this corner, Skimmett can get to it first instead. So even those little tiny plays, it comes down to the details, guys. And that was absolutely fantastic hanging in here as we push late into this one. 22 seconds left, still tied at 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to come down, like I said, coming down to the wire here in Game 3. You saw kind of lopsided games, Game 1 and Game 2, both going each way. And now we got ourselves a barn burner here.
They certainly do. And down to 7 seconds left. And it's up in the air. Skimmett gonna tap it back towards Erdry Kell. Barris now forward, looking for Rux on the side wall. Back across it goes, but couldn't quite find Barris with it. And we have ourselves the first overtime of the night.
I was waiting for Barris to come out of nowhere and just slam that ball. it wouldn't have surprised me. I was just waiting for it though.
That's right. I mean, he's been doing that since the get-go. The shot on target. Rux and Barris a double commit. You don't see that very often. And now South Mech has Barris walking backwards. They'll need Creeper to step up any does to keep it out of the zone. Now Rux in the 1v1 situation, see Hercules with a touch there. It was in the box and somehow will handle it. Back out he goes. The demo from Rux not allowing him to settle.
Great demo. Both 2 demos in a row. I mean, great plays right here in the seat. Oh my goodness, as they both double commit just to get that ball out of there, but it's coming right back as Skimmit's able to get this clear. They just need to get this ball on the other side of the field. This is getting nerve-wracking if you're...
Oh, what a shot from Rux! As he's able to bury that from an angle that didn't seem possible. Up in the air, almost to the ceiling. And Peyton goes to challenge, couldn't find it. See Hercules with a last-ditch effort, couldn't find it. And Ardrikel with a comeback here in game number 3. And we'll head to match point.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I did not think that angle was even possible to even happen. Of course, I always, learn something every time I'm casting, and just unbelievable match right there.
Yeah, it was. And you could see and feel the panic in the veins of South Mech there late into that overtime. I say late in the overtime. It was a very brief overtime there as they were able to finish it early. Was not expecting that either, but excellent work from Ardrikel. We already knew that there's a reason that for being a champion, right? And that's because you can dig deep in these moments where it seems like you're out of a game and completely bring it back.
Absolutely. And you saw, the shots were just off balance that last couple games. This one's a lot closer. Now we see a lot closer of a match too. I can't wait to see what we have in game 4. But first, take it away.
We got it. That's right. We've seen both submissions. For the Stim side, we toss it over to the Stim desk indeed, where we've got Tark, and we'll see what the judges come up with. Guys.
Man, let me tell you something. I'm exhausted. It's been a long day, and that game had me on the edge of my seat. I can't actually wait to watch that game finish up. But now we got the real main event, STEM. You know why we're all here, the varsity STEM team showdown. They did some interesting things. Malcolm, I'll let you start. I've got a few opinions. You go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, Ardrikel's app idea really blew us all away here. I mean, the name is Clean Cut, and it's a, diet app that kind of connects you with local foods and groceries and I don't know, helps you save money while eating on your diet. And that's such a good idea that we're like thinking, this can get some actual funding here. As for South Mech, I thought their app has a lot of potential. The clean energy marketed at a younger generation. We just need to more clearly flesh out the idea and how, why kids are going to want to keep coming back to use this application. So for this round, I'm going to give 2 points to Ardrikel.
Dang, dude. Bad cop in the building.
And South Mech did amazing, but Ardrikel really blew it out of the water this time.
It's a hard world. You got to learn it early. I think I agree. So first of all, Ardrikel blew it away on the presentation when compared to South Mech. South Mech has to up their game in how they present these things. However, I listened in between the lines, and I did like what I heard. I think the one thing that really jumped out at me about South Mech, aside from the really bad presentation, did I mention that? Super bad presentation. The content, though, I never heard. I was about to totally write him off, and then in the end, he said, we're going to market, I think, to like 2nd through 8th grade or something like that. And immediately I was like, oh, that's original. That's unique. I don't think I've ever heard that in the league. Usually it's kids building it for adults or kids building it for their peers, but the older kids building it for the younger kids. And I mean, I have a 5, 7, and 9-year-old. They're on their tablets. So I think the key I would use and relay to these folks is you can build an app, even though this is the app dev competition, that is gamified. It's not the game competition. I think if you gamify that game where they're playing and they're doing and they're learning along the way, but it's fun for them to play, you can do really well. But back to Ardrikel, man, we all agree that's a really killer idea, especially if we heard it right, for the fact that it's almost like it's not just an app for like recipes. It's also a social app where essentially influencers can come in and say, hey, this is the recipe I like that's really good. So I think if you can build that out where influencers come on, people follow folks, they like stuff, they see how it's made, but then it breaks down into ingredients. And what would be really cool, given that food's pretty expensive right now, find ways for folks to save money, eat good food, eat healthy. But then at the end of the day, pop up that presentation as I'm saying it, because it looks more imbalanced than it is. But as you, this is why we gave those check marks there to Audrey Kell, is it looks as that's happening. It's also a cool way to interact, not just ingredients. So your peers and other kids in Gen Z get to see, okay, here are the ingredients. I got to learn this. When I become an adult, I'm gonna have to go shopping. But maybe there's a cool connection back with the parents as well, where they can give those recipe and those ingredient items. And then all of a sudden, when a mom or dad is like, hey, what do you want for dinner? And they say, I don't know, I don't care, whatever. Now they have a way to interact with each other. So I'm giving 1 point each. That's gonna be 3 Audrey Kell, 1 South Mech. Let's see where you guys take these things.
One more point on Audrey Kell, though. I think they might have to scale it back a little bit for, the first few weeks and just pick a small piece of that. Scale it back, whether you're targeting only chicken-based meals,
keep it simple,
or you're just focusing on the social aspect of it, and try and see how that
works.
works.
One thing really well in your MVP, your minimum viable product.
There it is. First big win on the STEM side here. Audrey Kell showing up in that last game in overtime to get the winner, and then able to pull it off in the STEM side too. That's a great way to start their season. As
Tart not playing the backdrop too.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. The opposite way.
Dude, season 1 is just crazy already.
All sorts of curveballs out here. You know what I'm saying? It's, yeah, right now, speaking of curveballs, well, I guess it's not a curveball. We expected them to hang in here. And in fact, they have the 2-1 lead here as Audrey Kell now. They want to close out because you leave the South Mech around, and they might be able to do things like that and stick around in the series.
Yeah, and we saw, we saw Audrey Kell already missed a shot too, like right off the corner. We saw that, while they were talking. It's crazy. You don't see them miss that many shots, and that could be burning him here in Game 4.
Yeah, it seems to be that way for sure. Ooh, Barris was trying to get that redirect. And Rux from that angle, too. Almost got it. And Skimmett had to jump on it. Peyton was back, held strong. It'll be Barris again to try to challenge back wall. Nobody on it for South Mech, so it was free if they could have gotten the bounce off in the correct direction. Oh, Creeper. That was a crafty little chip across the box to try to find somebody.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think he was going to have a shot on that, but guess who does? And that's in. That's Rex, and he's going to tie this one up with 39 seconds left here in Game 4. Watch this one again. Break it down for us.
Skimmett almost had it. Rux with a good adjustment to air roll to the right in order to get the shot. Some velocity there to the top shelf. And the defense caught napping. They just weren't in the right place, couldn't quite reach up to it. And the velocity of that shot alone, the fact that he was able to get that arrow and get the velocity was all the difference he needed in order to even this game super late in the game number 4.
30 seconds remaining. Basically, I would say next one to score, but I mean, still plenty of time. But oh my goodness, I mean, it's just crazy plays coming from Audrey Kell and just clutching up in the last 2 games.
Yeah, now Barris in Rux challenge. Oh, Sea Hercules had to get across. Otherwise, that could have been basically the end of their series. Sea Hercules and Skimmett has some support. It was going to be that double, but now look out. Creeper the other way. Peyton needs it. Toshin gets a good one. But now Rux is still on it, though, and they will hit the ground. Smart decisions from South Mech to play here into overtime.
For sure. I mean, I even think a couple of the players didn't have boost in that situation. You really want that ball to touch the ground, go to overtime, and reset on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, oh my, Peyton made the decision to drop back. Yeah, I know Barris was struggling for boost. That's why he was heading towards the corner. It didn't seem like the right decision, but maybe they just wanted to regroup. Listen, it's overtime and the stakes are so high.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to play it like chess, not checkers. It's really strategic, especially when the next goal wins. For the rules in overtime, for you guys who do not know Rocket League, whoever does score this next goal will be the winner of Game 4.
Yeah, and for South Mech, they need it, obviously, to stick in the series. Otherwise, Audrey Kell will take the best of 5. And now the shot. Sea Hercules able to recover with an over-the-shoulder save to get back. And now Peyton will try to chip it forward, but Rux was already over it. And now another touch. He'll throw up both members. Already up is Barris. They win in overtime. Audrey Kell will win the series 3-1.
What a phenomenal match series. Look at this play. I mean, Audrey Kell has just clutched it up in the last, what was it, 3 situations that they had. Obviously, during the game, they missed a few, open shots and stuff, but it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, they got the dub.
That's right. They were able to hang strong, keep with it, take a deep breath when they needed to, because they got a little bit off their game there in game number 2.
Yeah.
But eventually they bounced back there. They didn't let the 6-1 loss get into their heads very much. They were able to pop back, and sure, it was close the rest of the way. And South Mech, I mean, credit to you, and their heart was in the right place. Skimmett was making huge plays, but also, Peyton and C. Hercules. 2 names that we now definitely have to follow.
2 role players stepping up in that situation. And you know what Audrey Kell's doing right now?
Yep. That's right.
We're the champs. Like, we're here, and this is what we're going to be doing all season. But one thing I do want to give hats off to South Mech for just competing, and that's what I love to see.
Yep. Beat Ardrey Kell. I told you. That's going to be the mantra.
Yes.
They're going to be marching into battle, right? In their Discord channel saying, we got to beat Ardrey Kell. Like, that's the team with the target on their back for sure.
Absolutely.
So, and obviously one of the closer matches we've had tonight, it was a 3-1 though. We want to see that 3-2. I know you're thinking it too. But
maybe next series.
Which perfect segue. Thank you,
There you
Discount.
go.
We're gonna head into the next one, which will be Myers Park facing off with West Mech. So West Mech coming in here again, new names here to the CMS Esports League and STEM League. It just seems like we continuously find, these programs looking to get involved, which is always a good sign in the grassroots things here in the esports world.
I just love seeing the new teams. So you know what that means? New storylines for us. We love having that. I mean, the reason why we knew South Mech Skimmett so much is because we've already seen them last season. Now seeing these new players, they're going to have new stories develop going throughout this, season. And, that just makes it fun, even more fun for us as well.
That's absolutely right. So we'll see those 2 new schools in action after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Well, you know what, Discounts, I have to agree with chat, which says it's a little bit more than just Ardry Kell and JT Williams at this point.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, and we haven't even seen all the new teams as well. I mean, we have another also stream going on, the B stream as well.
That's
so
right.
I mean, we have a bunch of new teams here, new schools, and I think we have a little bit more competition as well.
That's right. You can check it out at twitch.tv/CMS Esports League B. So go check out the B streams. Yeah, so that means even more schools. And in fact, we got 2 brand new schools again for this tilt. It'll be Myers Park coming in, and they're facing off with this squad in West Charlotte, rather. A team that I actually previously coached. Excited to kick this one off here. Talk to us a little bit about Myers Park.
Myers Park, you got Zaller, Zero, and Mgarda B. What about West Charlotte? You said you've coached them, right?
I certainly have, yeah. So they, unfortunately, one-sided loss on the preseason side of things, but it was good to a good team. And so you come in, and a true leader in this team, Hippo, shows up for practice and is constantly looking to find, individuals for this squad that shows up, is dedicated to the craft. And so you have a true leader in Hippo. Malik and Soul come in. Don't know a whole lot about Soul, to be honest, but with Malik, definitely the strongest player of the bunch, or has been previously. And so you have that skill, you have that leadership, so a bit of upside here. And now we have Myers Park, a bit of a question mark. Were you able to find any of their games?
I watched a little bit, and it's hard to pinpoint just because of, I don't remember who they were playing, but it's just back and forth, and I'm not really sure. I will say, I remember saying Zero to Hero, so I think Zero is one of the guys to be watching out for on that squad.
Love it. I mean, obviously easy to remember and very factual. So
For
that's
sure.
somebody that they have to focus and shut down if you're West Charlotte here. I know I said West Mac. I apologize. A bit of a miscue on the prawn sign coming to.
Well, man, you
That's what
coached
I'm
them.
talking about. No, listen. I was given this schedule here.
That's
so
true. That's true.
We don't point. You know what
We're
we
not.
do.
We're not.
We move on to this match again. It should be a close one. They're also facing off on the Stim side here, and that's one of the things that we've really enjoyed here is seeing the Stim teams perform for the very first time, in addition to just their esports team, because we've already seen that in preseason.
I mean, you saw that last series. What we had a team, or is going to make a food app. So it's
right.
all. It's not just all games, and it's not just all that. It's broad. So I want to see what they bring to the table when it comes to the apps and what they have to deliver here.
That's right. And so in this instance, since they're new schools, they will be creating the video games first. And
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, so that'll be definitely a fun way to see how they can get creative. We've seen so many new schools be creative in that way. And so, when we talk about these two teams, they West Charlotte, didn't have the varsity squad, but they were around the league. They were trying to get there, right? They just didn't quite have the talent on the esports side. I'm interested in seeing it. Were they able to show up on the STEM side and kind of perform in that way? And even when I coached that team, they didn't have that side. So it's always a question mark that we have to, eventually answer.
We got to find out where we're at when it comes to these two teams to gauge them, where they're at in these standings. So, and especially new teams that we haven't seen before is very exciting for us also, and to the viewer, that see where we're going to put them, rank them in the standings. I know it's only week 1, and it could be lopsided matchups going into week 1, so we really don't know after week 1.
Sure.
It takes a few weeks to really know where they're standing, but it's nice to see how they start out.
Yeah, and that's why we always play the preseason too, because in West Charlotte, they appeared on the A stream for the preseason, so I was able to see them there as well. And they were very streaky. They were had a strong start. They had the first 2 minutes of the series, and they had a great 2 minutes of the end.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So you started strong, you ended strong. In the middle, when they started having their other team, their opponents, they started stepping up, and it became a struggle for them. I'd like to see them take a deep breath, not get into that negative mindset, to really keep their the soldiers afloat.
Stay
and
consistent.
And that goes back to Hippo, right, the leader of this team, and keeping them calm throughout, making sure you're communicating throughout the series from start to finish.
And that's one thing you want to highlight is a lot of things you guys don't see or hear going on in these teams. Someone like Hippo, if they're down by 3 or 2-0 in the series, Hippo is the guy who's going to be talking up his team, and that could actually be beneficial going into the next game. So that's a lot of things you don't see behind the scenes, but we're here to say it happens each and every day.
Yeah, that's right. It does. It's something that you have to continuously work through, whether it be your job or in esports, right?
Yes.
It's constant struggle, at least constant building, right? I don't want to call it a struggle.
Yeah.
More of a roadblock that you can absolutely get through. It's just a matter of how do we strategize to get through it.
And just making those adjustments in between games or even in the game sometimes where you have to, and that also comes to STEM too, making that adjustments when you find out, okay, well maybe this wasn't the best level we should be doing. Well, let's rethink that. So there's a lot of things going into that. The adjustments, though, let's just see how they pan out.
Which, by the way, we talked about it in season 0. The second week in season 0 was the feedback.
Yes.
You received real feedback from the other team, right? That was able to look at your game and let you know what you need to do differently. Those adjustments, like we mentioned, is going to be necessary. But to make those adjustments to communicate all comes with part of a team, makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yes.
And that's why we're here.
And we saw the STEM teams that had a little bit larger of a team did a lot better because you had a lot more, people able to put in their hand. They're able to put in work and say what needs to be done also, rather than, just getting feedback from the opposing team, but also you having that team behind you saying, hey, maybe we should switch something up here, or we should switch something up there. And, teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, absolutely it does. So we're just about to start up here momentarily. Let's take a brief look at the schedule real fast to check out what we got coming up. Obviously, we saw CLT Virtual in their struggle against Butler High, who's a new team in here. And then Rocky River, again, struggled a little bit with the Independents, who really showed up as one of the stronger teams that are brand new.
Absolutely. And, of course, Audrey County South, Mech, that was just a great match going back and forth. Audrey Kell was able to pull it off with all those clutch plays. And now we get to witness Myers Park in West Charlotte. And then after this game, we got still Garinger and East Mech coming up too.
That's right. We got more Rocket League. We got more STEM coming at you. Garinger versus East Mech will be a challenge between two teams that struggled a little bit earlier in the league and in season 0. And they'll have a bounce back effort here and maybe right some of the momentum that they gained in the tail end of that season to come in here season 1. So technically you get to come into the new season and it'd be the first one.
You call it season 1. You don't even have to go back and think about what the bad times that happened in season 0. But going back, I did get to witness Garinger play a little bit in the preseason, and honestly, they came a long way from season 0. So I'm excited to see that after this series.
That's right. Let's send it into game number 1 of this best of 5. It is Myers Park in blue, West Charlotte in orange, and it's going to be Myers Park with the first attempt to try and bury one, but Saab with great defense from West Charlotte. Remember I said kind of struggled a little bit in that preseason game, but they came out with a strong defensive effort there early.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing now Myers Park see if they can slow things down, keep it on this West Charlotte side, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're keeping it in the corner. They're going to be setting up someone here, but no great clear by West Charlotte.
And so you have Mage Lord coming in here, which actually I have been able to coach him, and he was also showing up to practice and really dedicated to the crafts. And so, you have 2 members that have hearts, and then you have Saab, who has the mechanics as well to back it up, the gameplay and experience. I mean, that could be a good combination for West Charlotte. Going up against this Myers Park team, who, again, 0 is the one to watch out for. But you see, although not able to connect on some of these touches here for West Charlotte, they're in the right place at least. So trying to kind of build on that one. That one's past the back line, though. The passing play for Myers Park to kick us off with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, watch this pass right here. I think that was 0 pass right back to Cronison. And, man, that was a deliver.
Yeah, it was. I
1
mean,
minute, and now already Myers Park on the board.
Yeah, putting it right to the box, right, to challenge them where they're at. And a bit of a double commit there from West Charlotte. You had 2 going for the kickoff, too. Don't see that very often. And so now Cronison tries to play it out in front. Mage Lord could not quite read it, rather. It's a 2-0 lead here for Myers Park. And we said West Charlotte kind of gets in their own heads sometimes. They'll need somebody to dig them out. But the man that you've been talking about, 0, able to bury that.
Yeah, 0 to hero. I mean, he's one of the guys to watch out for. Same thing with Cronison. I do remember his name now looking back at the gamer tags, from preseason last week. And, he was another player who was all over the field, I do remember. So that's another player to watch out for going forward in this series. But look at this. I mean, just phenomenal mechanics there. Just not able to put that one in. But do we have one that's not playing?
I think Saab is disconnected currently. We'll have to give you all the details here if our observers are able to get on it. It looks like he's back in the game, though. Might have been a temporary disconnection there from the internet, but able to get back into it. And now that's perfect timing, because the last thing you wanted to do was surrender a goal while he was gone. That would be even more injury to insult. But Saab back on the field here. We'll head to the corner. Now it has Mage back behind, maybe falling a little bit too close. So watch those rotations. And Mystical just a little bit too far back. So again, the rotations are something we'll watch from West Charlotte. This team has heart, but at some point in time, they got to show that they can keep up with this team. And Zala shows that they're a part of a 2-3-0 now for Myers Park.
All 3 players now have a goal here for Myers Park. They're doing it all. They're saying, you know, one player's not just going to carry this team. We got all 3 players that can deliver here, and we're going to show you here in game 1 against West Charlotte.
Yeah, now, you know, this just shows with that simple air roll from Zauer. It seemed simple until you kind of equate where you needed to come from in order to get that angle in the first place. Now you see Myers Park challenging the back wall. They must have seen West Charlotte hasn't really been covering it as much. And so now Zauer be left with some room to touch it, but he goes sideways with it. And so Zero will have to retreat. Nobody from West Charlotte really able to challenge this one. So Myers Park back on it as Kronosen able to do some big work early, and we'll try to follow it up with a touch, but a good challenge there from Mage Lord, stepping up at the right time, and those timely challenges are something that I remember he was very good at.
I mean, great dribble moves also with Myers Park, just able to have the mechanics just to dodge these players, but now the goal is this set up, it's just drop right in, Bear.
Yeah, had free range to put it wherever they needed to, and Saab with that touch. Unfortunately, didn't realize that Zauer was reading that all the way, and West Charlotte wasn't able to jump up in time. 4-0 now with 2 minutes left.
That's a tough one, though. Yeah. If you're back in the goal, sometimes I do this myself when I'm playing Rocket League, and you see that, you feel like it's going to hit the top cross.
Yeah.
Gravity, that's a thing. It's still in Rocket League. It might not be as much here on Earth, or I'm saying opposite, as is a little bit slower to come down. But that ball was just dropping right in.
Yeah, it had its carried its own weight, some would say. And so now we find ourselves in a one-sided tilt. And now you see Kronosen with somebody saved himself. So I'm not sure if Saab was credited with that save or not. It might have been a touch off of Myers Park. But either way, they were able to keep it out of harm's way and try to play in. But Myers Park hanging back a little bit. West Charlotte on it. Saab. Again, every single touch doesn't seem like it's really got any intention. You see him kind of parked on the boost pad. It's just not quite coming together here for West Charlotte, as you see another double commit here too. Zauer will need to be challenged by Mystical, although he's out to get the challenge, didn't get the touch until now where Mage was able to jump on it. They're in the box. Saab gets the touch, now followed up as Mystical tries to get it out, but it's been Myers Park offensive presence for basically the entirety of game number 1.
Yeah, and like you said, having to touch the ball with intention, and that's what you want to see. Just hit the ball to hit the ball. You're really giving up possession every time you do that. Unless it's going back to your teammate, that's considered a pass though. So it's like, it's like, you want to be able to, every touch that you have, it should be intentional, and that's right now from West Charlotte. We just been seeing it. This could be a wide open goal.
It is. That was great. You look at just Mystical. So these are the players that you see them kind of miss a little bit more frequently than we do the rest of the series, and that, to be quite frank. But then they make plays like this. It's in their brains, just not quite in the mechanics right yet. So these are going to be smart players once they develop those skills. The bump from Mystical, which would have been wide open for Myers Park to take a shot, and then it was right for Mage Lord to challenge in that moment in order to send it right back down the field, and with accuracy, by the way.
In game 1, you're still a little shaky, and you're still trying to learn your opponent. You're still trying to learn what's going on. I think West Charlotte now with that goal, obviously you're not getting shut out. You're feeling a little bit better. Yeah. So going into game 2, they do have a little bit momentum going back toward for them in game 2. They know they can score. Yeah. That's the big thing, is always getting that first goal in game 1. You always want to get that, obviously, in game 1. Yeah. And we see that against a great team, Myers Park. West Charlotte is here to battle.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, they're going to hang around for an extended period of time, but we saw, I mean, Tark had kind of mentioned that they fell off a little bit, almost like they had given up at some point in time, mentally wise, right? I think that's something that they worked on for sure. I mean, you got your coach in chat right now. We see Tower Sparky in here cheering on his West Charlotte team, so good to see that, you know, what he's preaching in the voice channel is at least coming to life in that way. Obviously, it feels bad to lose, and I mean, it just shows the strengths that we have in Myers Park, too.
8 shots to 1 though. The thing is, the 1 shot did go in for you know, South Charlotte. But either way, it's. I mean, they can need more shots, Bear. They need more shots. That's the only way they can compete with the great team.
That's right. Well, we got the STEM side as well. Let's see if Myers Park is able to kind of continue what they're able to put together on the esports side with their STEM submission right now.
Hey, it's Wes from Myers Park High School, and this is the video for our game. The title is Knights of the Realm. It's going to be a tower defense game, similar to Bloons Tower Defense or Kingdom Rush, and that's going to be defending waves of enemies with towers you place along a track, and we can add some other gameplay aspects in there as well, but that's just the basic idea. The main story is going to be set in a fantasy world, of course. The enemies are probably going to consist of like things like goblins and orcs, and you are going to be playing as a group of knights, aiming to protect the Ark Kingdom from the invasions. So the different maps are going to be different settlements you have to protect, and our target demographic is probably going to be gamers of all ages who love fantasy. It's be a very fantasy heavy game. It's fairly cartoonish because we're going to go for a pixel art style. The online functionality would be we have going to put a leaderboard where whoever survived the most rounds will be put on the leaderboard, and this would be for each map and for each difficulty. And the monetization, we're gonna, aside from the base thing that we make, each thing that we add afterwards can be monetized, such as new maps or such as new units. And our original scope for the base game, as we'll call it, is going to be 5 maps and 5 units, and each map and unit will have a difficulty. Each map will have a difficulty of normal or hard.
So there you have it. Myers Park following up a strong esports performance with a pretty solid game as well. The idea is definitely there. At least they considered, ways to monetize the game as well, and also the time frame. It didn't quite go over in the rubric said that it had to be a certain amount of time. So all around a good start for Myers Park in both worlds, and maybe in game 2 as well on the esports side.
Absolutely. Right now we see if they're going to be able to get anything going here in game 2. West Charlotte trying to get back on the board, hopefully this time early. But right now, almost 2 minutes gone already, Bear, and still scoreless. So that's saying something for West Charlotte right now.
Yeah, they're holding strong defensively. Mystical likes to play back maybe a little bit too far. He's been criticized for in the past, but when you have it locked down, if you're going to play defensively like that and conservative, you got to pull it off. You got to commit and really at least get those touches. It seems like he has been so far. There he goes again. Yep. A good touch away, but now he's got to transition it back down the field. That's a good touchdown to Mage. He's going to pass it right back to Mystical. Good passing here from West Charlotte as well. They're starting to step up their game in a way, and Myers Park is having to kind of rethink the ease of access that they've had in the box all series long.
For sure. You're seeing the chemistry evolve game after game. Each game, going into it, has just been a lot better. So, we're only in game 2, but you already see the improvements for sure. Still scoreless now. West Charlotte still possibly with a goal here. Not able to, as we see Zaller able to get this one out of his own goal.
You got to wonder if maybe the network issues that we saw from Saab a little bit earlier might have been hindering the gameplay itself too, because that was pretty clean mechanics on the offensive side and speed, and will force Crow right back to this one. And he'll get the touch out, though. Saab with the read, couldn't quite find it. Mystical's got to make a good save here. Didn't get the touch. It's wide open. Crow, good patience. Tried to fake it on Mage. Does get him to bite, but Saab right back out of the zone. Maybe took a little bit too long.
He was trying to break some ankles on that one, Bear. He was trying to go left, right. Just go past my car. And what a pass! Not able to, as Saab's going to be able to get this one away. I thought that was a pass to him. Otherwise, no.
It would have been challenging for sure. Saab trying to get around Crow. Saab was trying to get a bump on Crow, and it didn't matter. He got around him anyways. Watch him. He was not to be denied.
Cronison watched the top, right back down. Okay, we got ourselves a game. Myers Park has some elite talent here, especially within Cronison.
And Myers Park continues to show their strength. Yes, West Charlotte has done a good job to hang around, knowing their obvious less experience in Rocket League. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Myers Park showing and breaking through. Even when they were struggling a bit, they're still able to find solutions. And right now, they're on the box again. Saller up for this one. The touch. Oh, so fine-tuned. Was close, but the follow-up is there. 0 will make it 2-0.
Yeah, watch this again as we see Zaller get up there, touch it, and just kind of bank it off that corner, and 0 just in the right spot at the right time, able to push that one in. And a little bit of an insurance goal with minute 4 left. So, but like you said, I mean, West Charlotte's hanging in there. Definitely a lot different of a game than compared to game 1.
Oh, unfortunately, Saab.
I think something's going on with his controller or something.
Gotta be, either a controller or a network issue, one of the two. And, you know, that's so sad to see, especially a sob story, if you will. Low-hanging fruit.
It's okay. You know him. You can do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. Totally fine. It's not fine for Saab. It's so frustrating to have to work through those issues for sure, especially when your team really put together a strong Game 2 performance against Myers Park, who were really running the table with it in game number 1. So to see those improvements and then, have that happen is definitely frustrating. But they'll look to try and break through it here. Again, it goes back to that mentality. Right now, Mystical couldn't get a touch. Saab will have to try and play it out. Was looking for Mage, but Mage kind of fell back a little bit, and so Crow allowed to jump on it. He's going to try the flip reset. He's got one. Try to get 2. Great job and challenge from Saab. Now they can go in transition. Mystical with the bump, but Mage couldn't quite put it on target this time around. That was a play that we saw a little bit earlier, too.
Yes, and that's the thing is they had 1 shot and 1 goal. Saying this before this game, they just need more shots. They need to play a little bit more aggressive when it comes to offense. I feel like they're just kind of on their back of the heels throughout this whole game, but they're hanging around. So if they can get a little bit more aggressive, I think we can see a little bit of a tighter game here in game 3.
Definitely. In my mind, I'm looking at Myers Park here as well as, obviously performing well.
Shots.
Exactly. The 0 shots is a really tough pill to swallow. And you saw the 204 ping as well. So it is a network issue there from Saab. Unfortunately, we thought that might be the case.
A Saab story. That's very unfortunate, but hey, it happens. This is when it comes to technical issues, it happens. So you just got to forgive and forget and just hope game 3 you don't have that issue.
Yeah, exactly. You bring it into the next one and try to work from there. But now we get a sneak peek. It'll be the first time we're seeing the West Charlotte side of things for the STEM portion here. Let's check out their investor pitch right now.
Okay, the last one dragged on a bit, so I'm probably just going to speed run through this one. Basically, the game is going to be made in Construct 3, no scratch jokes or anything. The game is going to be a turn-based RPG that's also a card game for whatever reason. Not going to get into the story of the game because it's probably going to take a bit long. Just know that the story isn't going to take itself too seriously. There'll be 2 or 3 different classes. Those classes will have different decks, and those different decks have different cards which have different abilities. And those different decks have different playstyle, mainly having you to strategize. Those different decks have different strategies you need to use. So I want there to probably be either 3 or 4 major battles within the game. I want the whole idea of the card game to be basically put your opponent's health to 0. There could be 3 types of cards. Attack cards that actually attack the enemy, defense cards that defend yourself, and there's miscellaneous cards which do anything. I definitely hope you enjoy the game when we actually finish it. Also, I'm sorry I couldn't make the video a bit more entertaining because of the length.
So in the video portion, he addressed it at the very end, but overall, I mean, it was creative, right? It's like you always take influence from different types of games when creating a new game. I mean, you can't lie. Even if you're Riot, you're talking Valorant, okay, that's just Overwatch and CSGO together, right? So, not exactly, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Right? And so taking the best of the worlds that you love and confidence in that presentation too.
You got to take, some of these games and also, but have your own spin on them. And that's kind of what the whole point is. As West Charlotte gets on the board as Saab, didn't have any connection issues right there as he gets on the board first here for West Charlotte. Watch this again. Popping it right over Cronison.
Yeah, his ping is no longer 2,183. It's right back into an actual playable source. And when he's in that realm, apparently he's pretty good. So 1-0 here, West Charlotte, as they move forward. But Crow trying to answer right back. Couldn't quite get it. And Mystical with a good chip forward. Now we'll chase it. Zaller back in his own corner. Had just enough boost to make a little bit of a difference. Saab called Mage off, knowing that he had a better angle. It looked like Mage was a little bit too far forward positionally and got beat to that one as well. But again, good midfield presence from Mystical, who's really been stepping up and improving as the game has gone on.
Absolutely. He was the last guy to beat right there. So if he wasn't...
well. Yep.
Well, on that note...
it's, I'm going to take credit for that one. Unfortunate. Got a little bit
fair.
I know. It's just, that's rough. Myers Park back in 1-1.
It's Rocket League. It happens. Own goals do happen, just depending on angles. Sometimes you miss-hit the ball, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, and it actually can be really, really bad when it comes to scoring your own goal.
That's why you always put it in front of the net, right? It's a cliche for a reason, right? You put it on net, good things happen. And for West Charlotte, they've had trouble doing that.
Yes.
But they got a shot right off the bat in the first minute and are up that 1-0 count because of it. Mage maybe rushed that challenge a little bit too much, and so Zero's allowed the chance to try to jump into the corner. He'll leave it for Zaller, who is also in the good position. As Saab tries to shield it, Zaller again just allowed plenty of time. Mage eventually jumps on it, but it's a double commit because of it. Now Mystical will try to play out, chip it past Zero, but cannot do it. Now played backwards towards Saab. Not very traditional, you see that happen, but it'll work for West Charlotte. Found a creative way to get out. Now trying to read Zero as Mage will bump him off and try to chop it down here at midfield, but that'll leave a lot of room for Crow.
Yeah, a lot slower of a play than we've seen in the past, in the past series. We've seen a lot slower, but they're starting to control the ball as well. You see a lot of the corner action going on, but nevertheless, going forward, Myers Park seeing if they can clear this one, and now great pass to Cronison. See if they're going to have a shot here with Zero.
Yeah, Zaller, I saw him go for the Cookseer pinch, which is it's a very tough one to pull off, where you pinch it off the side wall to try to send it. So Myers Park maybe finding a little bit too creative ways to jump on it. You see them rush that chance as well. I'd like to see Myers Park play a much more simpler game. I think maybe they're having fun with it, which is never a problem until you have a team like West Charlotte who's trying to expose the other way. And in fact, Saab had the 1v1 chance, add a boost here and try to chase to the other side. That'll allow another clear here from Myers Park that almost found its way to the back of the net.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's not really a problem until it's a problem. You mess around a little bit too much and find yourself down and rush some shots and maybe not go your way. So definitely be careful whenever you're doing that, for sure.
Oh, that one.
Oh, my goodness.
The bounce will favor Myers Park. Now it's a 2-1 game. And it was a decent chip there from Mystical. Was looking for Saab there, but you have to recognize that Zaller was there waiting for it. You got to find a way around it. Zaller, just a great job to anticipate and get up quickly.
Yeah, being at the right place at the right time. I feel like Cronison, Zaller, and Zero all know about it, but we're seeing this kickoff. This is such a delay kickoff, and that's going to be a goal right off of it. And now Myers Park up 2.
Yeah, Zaller again. I mean, when things are going great, you continuously go at it. The fake right there, realizing that nobody from West Charlotte went for it. I believe Saab again disconnected, and so allow them the open shot.
Yeah, and that's just very unfortunate, especially how good of these games have been whenever Saab is playing.
Yeah, exactly. Right, and you want to see him at full strength, and it's hopefully something that he can address in the future. I'm not sure. Obviously, it's most likely on his end, seeing as there's nobody else in this server really struggling with it. So hopefully he gets that figured out on his end for next week. should he be able to jump on it, because this guy's got some talent.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, whenever he's playing, he's making plays and doing really it all for his squad, or at least setting his squad up too for success. And you see him right there, just getting that ball out, getting that ball right back down the field.
Got some good taste too. He's got the Nike skin that's been really awesome. Oh, shot off the mark though. And look out, Crow's in a 1v1. You've seen him do big things, a good cut. Mage couldn't get it, and he's going to circle around and keep it out. I think he wants to just kill some time here.
Man.
Messing around with them a little bit with a couple of great cuts.
That was unbelievable. Just breaking axles. Put them in the body shop. That was unbelievable control.
Oh, man, grid passing play here again from Myers Park. That one off the post, couldn't quite read it. And Zeller back on it, too. They're having a bit of fun here, you can tell, as now it'll be Zeller back up. We'll beat one defenseman, try to get it back down, but Mage was able to fight it off there. So, again, I feel like, you know, for Mage, definitely not scared of a challenge. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
it just seems like maybe a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too far forward at times, and it's really, you know, come back to haunt them. It'll be Myers Park to pull off this series here by the count of 3-1. Or 3-0 rather, 3-1 here in this game number 3. Down to the ground it goes. Yep. And so another sweep here. You got to credit West Charlotte for sticking around.
3 sweeps. We have one that was 3-1. I mean, we have a lot of lopsided series, but man, it is what it is. Sometimes that's just how it rolls. I mean, I think actually week 1 of season 0 was very similar. Yes.
Just about to bring that up. That's exactly how we started last time. And then we started seeing some upsets, right? Where these teams came out of basically nowhere. We're able to beat the teams that certainly were going to beat them in the first place. You never know. Is the blind point here.
Exactly.
Sure. Let's go ahead and send it over to the judges. We have a decision to be made on the real competition, as Tark puts it, on the STEM side. Guys, take it away.
That's right, folks. Welcome back to the real competition. Thank you for that commercial break, friends over there with the esports side. First and foremost, let me comment. It is great to see all the high schools here. However, my home turf over there is Myers Park High School. I've waited a long time to see them hit the pitch. Finally, now in this second season, we're able to see Myers Park enter the fray, and they're looking okay. I'm not gonna blow smoke anywhere. They're looking okay. They just swept that there. They're gonna need to practice hard on the esports side in order to maybe take this championship home this year. But with that being said, it's STEM time, and very interesting. I like what I saw in that both of them decided to go the super nerdy fantasy routes. We have not seen this before, and I'm really interested to see how this plays out over the next 8 weeks. Let me start with you, Malcolm.
Well, yeah, so Myers Park, just a tower defense type of game. Really solid choice, really addictive type games. I'm interested to see how they can make it, you know, more fun and great, engaging and creative, and what they can do differently that nobody else has done before in the tower defense space. As for West Charlotte, I mean, this was such a deep nerd pull. It was like Magic the Gathering, which I haven't even admitted out loud to anyone here that I played as a kid.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So you're the target demographic.
I'm target demographic
for
West Charlotte's game, yeah. All deep in that fantasy nerd stuff. That's right in here.
This all adds up to me. Production totally adds up. Yep, agreed.
So I absolutely can't wait for this one. I'm sure there's going to be some creative artwork and just dragons, all sorts of nerd stuff mixed in. What do you think? Well,
points.
Before that, points. I'm going to go 1-1.
Good cop. Did it. Yeah, you know, I think where I'm at here, I think the thing I'm really interested in, so it's a bold choice to go super fantasy game like this, right? Especially when you look at last season. By the end of the season, one of the biggest measurements of success is how many people play your game, right? So that isn't the only thing. It's also the quality. We have measurements like daily active users. So you might have a way smaller user base that's playing the game way more than some of the other games that are more traditional. So there's a lot of ways to be successful here, but it's going to be a fine needle to have to thread. I think that if you look at Myers Park, there's going to be a risk of going too complex, right? There's a lot to do in these tower defense games and these fantasy games with a lot of artwork. So keeping it simple, but finding a hook and doing an MVP, a minimum viable product that just has a hook that makes people want to play it. And I'll say for both games, that plus the West Charlotte's a fantasy card game, both virtual and physical, I think I heard. Keeping a simple hook there and then making it playable, like almost a gateway game for people who maybe haven't played fantasy before, but they're willing to try because they're experiencing it and all of a sudden they like it. If you could figure out how to thread that needle, I think that'd be great. I'm going 1-1 as well. That's good cop all around. 4 points. What? 2? Oh, and the presentation, there it is. That's right. All points go to Audrey Kell, as always.
Clearly, West Charlotte won on the presentation this time. We were in stitches over making fun of the rules.
It's pretty funny.
And it was limiting to, they only had 1 minute to pitch their idea. And
I think both teams left a lot on the table for production presentation value. But again, presentation isn't everything. We're going to see in the coming weeks if the content is there. Congratulations, both of you, West Charlotte and Mars Park, the Mustangs, 2-2. Good job. Back to you guys.
So I gotta agree.
Yeah.
Again, it's okay.
We had a lot of ties.
We did.
We got a lot of sweeps though on our side.
Yeah, very, very one side in one area.
Yeah.
But where it matters most, as Tarek would put it, it's been close. And I think that's a great diagnosis, right? For West Charlotte, it's tough to discount a team for lack of production value. It needs to be addressed and mentioned, yes, but like Premiere Pro or whatever you want to use to create these videos, not always that easy, right?
No.
Or maybe you just are doing like slideshows and you're just using OBS. It still requires OBS knowledge.
Very true.
And so there's so much. It dives so deep trying to create that production value. So to have those ideas to really back it up is awesome. Also knew that West Charlotte was probably going to go that route, just knowing the players themselves and who's been involved in this. And I love it. I think it's great and creative.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree.
Same with Myers Park, though.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. I mean, that's why they were
stuff.
tied. I mean, I just want to see the development going forward. Obviously, that's the main goal, is just to see how well they can just keep building these up and building these games up, and then for other teams, also apps as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both teams have great great products coming out of it. First of all, Myers Park with Tark. I did not know that was a thing.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, it's cool if we get to know that now. So apparently wants it out there.
So let's see if their bias kind of happens in the judging again.
Well, I also coached at West Charlotte, and the whole game I was like, "Come on, boys!" in my head, of course. Myers Park, good games.
There you go.
Great job and well played for sure. And all you support Myers Park, we appreciate you coming out as well. I got to visit the campus at West Charlotte. They were one of the ones to do a live, tryout for season 0.
Wow, that's awesome.
The atmosphere, unreal. I don't know if I walked in during the
hype moment.
It was during a special day or something,
Yeah.
but they were blasting music at lunchtime. People were just dancing all over the place.
Yeah.
It's like a pit, and people hanging out and just having a great time and dancing with one another. Somebody offered me to dance. I was like, no, that's weird. I'm not going to do that. I was like, this is not even my
That was a
school,
smart
man.
decision right there by you,
My
Bear.
school.
That was a smart
I don't have
decision.
any moves either was the real answer why.
That was the reason why, right?
But the culture was so strong. I loved it. I'd never
That's
seen
awesome.
anything like it in a high school, and then Myers Park has Tark, so.
I mean, you got Tark.
That's pretty great too.
Bad cop.
Not a bad. He's a good cop in this one. He went 1-1.
You're right.
So
Very
few
true.
good cops in this one.
Yeah, I think season 1 has changed him. I think season 0 might have broke him down. Now he's a little bit nicer, softer inside.
I
think something had to happen.
That doesn't sound like Tarek. Anyways, we wrapped up this one. Myers Park again with a stronger Rocket League team currently, it seems. Like Tarek said, they definitely have a ways to go. Of course, they'll try to be amping up that gameplay as well. But we're not done with the A broadcast either. We're going to take a quick break. Hop over to CMS Esports League B. That's twitch.tv/CMS Esports League B, and see 2 schools that have been battling it out for a while. Palisades versus Filippo Berry going on currently. And when we come back on this channel, it'll be Garinger facing off with East Mech. Don't go anywhere. A little bit slow to get to that challenge, but eventually they will. And Shadow back on it too. Jeremiah tried to cause a little bit of chaos but not enough to do much with it, and the first goal is actually going to go to Rocky River. That one was challenging here. Rocky River needing to play some defense themselves as ID Faye now going to hold back. The challenge is there in Shadow. Able to make it 2-0 Rocky Rivers. And now it's chipped to the center. Trying to challenge the boxes. Huff, but they will have to wait for another challenge. Ninja actually hit it away from his own teammate. So because of that, we hold back. Now Panda, he'll launch one off the bar and finally able to tap it away. 3-0 Rocky River.
Puff high, never say die.
That's it. That's their motto. Now a shot, chip, an opportunity, and hold that thought. Goes to depth, able to pull them back within one. Rocky River will take their first win of the CMS Esports League for them in the preseason by the count of 3-2. Now Huff high, it'll be goes to depth with a double touch. And 1-0 against Rocky River here early as you see him get one past Panda, who tried to challenge, even tried to adjust his pattern defensively. And Huff high with a shutout in game 2 to bring this series even at 1. Yet again, it doesn't seem like pressure is a thing that really affects Huff high to some degree, as they've been really good. A chance to double touch in. Goes to depth, showing mechanics as well. Not just numbers, but also making the highlight reel as well.
Good shot, good work.
The Ghost is right there. Beat to it though. ID Faye, a quick shot and in. We'll cut the lead in half. That's just pure speed there, Charlie. Now Faye is up for it. A chance to try and tie it. Oh, but the defender knocks it down. It'll be Huff. That wins the series 3-1.
We'll see now, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. No excuses now. You can see Archery Kell. That was a bomb from downtown. Rocks puts it away. A 2-1 lead here for Archery Kell. It's now JT Williams. Some good passing of their own. Grassy the shot and lands it. And we're even at 2 here in game number 1. Onto it, and we'll push it to the wall so he can get enough momentum going to flip it back down. A miss on the backside, and Archery Kell. And it supported Grassy to push it forward here for JT Williams. Grassy gets the angle and does. And I think the defender was bumped off it as well, and Grassy credited with this goal to put JT Williams up 1-0. Barris now to the back wall, will try to do it himself. The chip to the box, but JT Williams will hold him off. And it'll be a 1-0 victory to even the series at 1 for JT Williams. Will be bested by Rux. Nutella back out, good chip. It's the center. Now we'll back down. A good job to pull it back down. Nutella with some crafty work on the grounds. And able to put this one back in to even things at 1. Popped right back down. And sure enough, we got a wave dash there, which Creeper on Rux almost got to. Down to 26 seconds left. JT Williams, it's Nutella the shot and in. JT Williams up 2-1 in this one with just 23 seconds left. Snore back there. Barris across. Creeper the bouncer and in. So with 3 seconds left, Archery Kell will not go away. And everybody's silent, even in chat, just watching this game. You saw the support earlier in this one. But since it's ramped up, it's been quiet. Creeper the one to end it in overtime. Archery Kell were able to answer the bell late and force the overtime in the first place, and Grassy just couldn't quite handle it. And Creeper the one stepping up. And now over to Creeper, who used the corner and bumped off. It was Nutella. Rocks back up for it. The shot. And it finds its way in. Archery Kell 3-0 now. Grassy needs to get one here. They need one off of this break, and I think they have it if Snore can get to it. The shot is in again. 7 seconds left. And 3-2 ball game. Never count out either team in this series. Well, you never know. Nutella back down. Snore needs to keep it up. Now, oh, we couldn't hit the corner. Archery Kell gonna hold off in this one. Well, you can tell that Harding, relatively new at the game of Rocket League, is Adam struggling to get a couple touches. That was a good save, though. So, if inexperienced, can't really tell. That was a great play, and we'll actually get a goal here.
First game.
100% was a jinx, and always exists. So what a shot, by the way. My goodness. Love hearing it. So Providence up 1-0, make it 2-0. As now Legend gets in on the game.
Oh, we got a little aerial attempt. Barely missing out on the goal, and there's the done.
That's right, a 2-0 victory here in the series. Harding definitely stepped it up, though. Welcome back to the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. Again, kicking off with week 1, and we saw a lot of one-sided tilts, but we saw a lot of heart coming in as well, and it's the way Season 0 kicked off and continues that same pattern here.
But that's not it. We still got one more series, Bear, and I know in the other stream as well, they have a Game 5 too, so they've had a lot of more games than us, I guess, but either way, we're going to be going up against, or we're going to have Garinger versus East Mech coming up, so I'm excited to see that.
Oh, wait, discounts. Are you ready? That's what production said. I had to do it. Let's go ahead and check it out. He walks away. I love it. Let's check out the lineups now. It's Garinger with Lego Gamer coming back for this roster. Yeah. We saw Slenderman last time, too, but I think it's Echo. Echo? It's Echo for sure. Kicking it off for Garinger against the East Mech squad.
Yeah, East Mech, Gecko Gamer, KDG, and Dre. I mean, is that just Dre?
Just right in, Dr. Dre.
Yeah, man.
In the house, baby. Coming in fresh. As I remember Gecko Gamer, KDG, and Dre. Dre was definitely part of this roster for sure. We'll see if they made improvements here with those. I know KDG and Akko will be the two that are brand new for these sides. Correct me if I'm wrong on that pronunciation in chat. I'm sure you will. We go into again number 1 here shortly, but before we do again, these teams looking to kind of build early in this year, right? And really try to, if you establish yourself early, then it makes the rest of the road a little bit easier.
And it's total opposite for Garinger, because Garinger started out Season 0 real slow, but they were improving every week, and they got better and better. Now, already Season 1 preseason last week, I got to witness some of Garinger playing, and I swear they're on a whole nother level what they were in Season 0.
That's right, absolutely. And we talk about their STEM side, and that was a large part of it too. And so, you know, they got here to land and were able to put on a bit of a show. Yep. You know, they were really challenging teams too, and really found their confidence, found their stride to some degree. But we have to see if it carries on to Season 1. Again, in the preseason here in Season 1, I wasn't able to see either of these teams, I don't believe. And so we got a question mark to see if they got to see both. Right ones.
I got to see both. And also Dre was popping off for their squad. So that's one thing that I do want to highlight is him as well. But, you know, this game, looking back for preseason, obviously it's kind of hard to judge preseason. Yeah. Because, you know, you're still trying to get the chemistry, all that, comms, all that down. And Season 1, Week 1, hopefully you're ready. Sure. And so we'll see if they have it. I really think this could be another nail biter, or not for us. I guess for the other stream has been nail biters. But I would like to see one.
We'd like to see one.
We'd like to.
In chat, we want to thank you for sticking around and hanging out with us the entire time. I mean, your school might have already played, and yet you're still in chat chatting with us. Shout out to Rux. I've seen you in here, and plenty of others too, by the way. But love seeing in here and supporting everybody who's in the CMS League. You know, kind of going through the same experiences, the great experiences that we have on this stream.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, like if I'm on a team that's already played, like this is a little scouting. This is a little, hey, let's see what Garinger has. Like I know Discount's talking them up a little bit. Let's go see what they actually have and see, you know, maybe what adjustments we got to do, because we might be playing them next week. Yeah. So, you know, that's the one thing for sure is, hey, look out for your competition.
Didn't the Patriots get in trouble for that? The Astros, too, in baseball? For scouting on their video lines?
They have a little bit of a different of a story. I'm going to say scouting is legal. You're allowed to watch gameplay.
There's no way that you can enforce that from a virtual standpoint. So, yes, it is very legal. If you're watching at home and thought we were being serious, no, it's okay. I would totally go out and scout, by the way, and make sure that we know who we're going up against. So keep that in mind. Exactly. For those of you who stuck around, you also get that extra piece of knowledge.
There you go.
To everything else too. It'll be the last series, so we want to see you hype up in chat too, and give some love over to the B stream as well. If you haven't followed that channel, go over now and do it. Of course, they have one series after we are finished, I believe, at 8:30, so they're going to keep the party going after we're finished, right? So head on over to CMS Esports League B. Is going to be the slug there after twitch.tv, so just you know, copy paste or just add a B actually.
And that game after this one will be Mallard Creek and Hopewell.
So two that we've also seen in the past too. So again, another 3-2 for them, I guess.
Right. Maybe next week. I don't know. But I think we still can end strong though here.
I think we can too. Again, it's been quite the day here on the CMS Esports League. Again, at first we were able to see and witness a virtual high school for the very first time in Butler, really show what they're about from the offensive standpoint too. We headed into Rocky River and Independence after that one, so we kicked things off with a matchup that we haven't seen. We're going to end it with one that we have seen. It's Garinger facing off with East Mech, and the one that we said was brand new on Garinger, able to make it 1-0.
Acko. Oh, remember Ian Warrior. I mean, that's the thing is, Acko, look at this play. And this, I do remember his name as well. Last week in preseason, he was doing a thing for him, and also, of course, Lego doing his thing too. But already off to a great start. Garinger handling business in first 6 seconds of game 1. See if East Met can answer back. But right now, back's against the wall.
Yeah, you saw the half flip there to try to get back in position, which is a mechanic here in Rocket League to help you move in 180 fashion pretty quickly. So a little bit of advanced mechanics here. Remember last season, these were varsity teams that were quote unquote behind. Well, they've definitely stepped it up. And, for East Mac, they'll need Just Dre to step up again because Garinger had that hot lead. We'll have to see if they look to him.
Yeah, we're watching this. This is just one thing for me, like highlighting it. We even have people going crazy in the chat. Everyone's chanting Acko right now in the chat. So he's got his fans out here already.
We're watching the battle between Acko and Gecko right now. See if that continues. This is Ian Warrior, another one of those names that we saw last time, which is actually Gecko. So keep that in mind too.
Acko, Gecko, and Lego all in one game.
Lego,
can't make this one up.
That's right. Lacko back on it. This one will be a little bit farther away from the wall than he thought, so the touch wasn't quite exactly where they wanted it to be. Now it's Lego to pop it high. Now chip and chase, if you will, for you hockey fans out there watching. And Acko tries to do the same, but Gecko stood in his way. Now on the other side, Ian couldn't connect. Lego, a little bit awkward for him as, Gecko with the challenge here and is able to get to it too. Just Ray, right back off the corner. But Acko right there, right place, and able to catch this one and push it back out. He's got Lego across. Good passing play. Find his way in. Garinger continues to be hot.
That was just a tough shot and definitely a tough save opportunity. Watch this Lego bounces this right clearly over on Gecko and, just adds on for Garinger here. 2-0 in game 1.
They're loving it in chat. We got some Garinger fans in here with a Lego, baby. Man, oh man, what a hot start as East Mac doing a tough job trying to, catch up to this energy that they brought to the table, as this one's another challenge into the box. Luckily for East Mac, it was Gecko all over that one to play it deep and just try to get out of their own zone for once.
Yeah, right now, it just feels like Acko is just leading the way right now, and you're about to see it again. It looks like he's going to do something here. There's the pass, there's the shot. Ian Warrior drains it. Now 3-0, Garinger.
You can't stop Acko right now. Look, it's bumped off Just Dre, the difference maker, like you mentioned. It was able to pop that one high top shelf in the corner, and it was just tap-in game at that point. It was just loose change, easy tap-in for Garinger. That was all off the back of Acko, who's been great here for Garinger.
Yeah, I mean, hats off for Acko for just that the playmaking is just unreal that he has, but then also for Ian Warrior just to be there and just be able to put that one in, because I don't even think anyone expected that to happen, besides them, of course.
Well, East Mac need to answer now, and Dre, the man to do it. A good shot there, but Acko again, a great defensive play, and now they're in transition. Ian, just a little bit off the mark, allowed Dre to get to it. And Panthers actually played it a little bit backwards there, trying to keep it away. We'll try to go far side too. Dre had to just tap it down, and that's a smart play. Keeping possession, tried to sidestep the last man, but Ian comes up big there. Is really the glue that's been holding this team together.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing they're just playing really well as a team right now. You see it, boom. He misses the shot, and guess who's behind him? Ian Warrior. He's doing it now. 4-0, another insurance goal here for Garinger. 2 minutes still remaining, though, Bear. A lot of time left.
That's right. I mean, East Mac still has some time to get back in this one. But Ian with that last goal, and you'll never catch me here on the broadcast saying, Ian Warrior, what an incredible shot. But what I will be saying is that was timely, right?
Yes.
And that was needed in this moment to keep the spark alive for Acko, for Lego. Dre keeping Eastmack alive right now and able to get one back here with the floater.
That's a floater right there. Watch this once again, just dropping right on top. And Lego Gamer, he thought he was going to be there. I even thought he was, and that just went straight over his car into the net. And now Eastmack not going to get a shutout here.
That's one thing that they were able to eliminate if you're Eastmack. Now the next thing that you want to eliminate is the confidence, but you can't do it when Lego is able to tap that one in too.
Yeah, I mean, the chat's going crazy for every single one. Anyone who scores, I mean, they're just letting let them know what their name is. Love it.
The last little touch from Akko was actually underrated. Whether intentional or not, was able to flip into it to the point where the nose touched down just below the defender is where the ball ended up, and so it was a tap in yet again. No coincidence that the assist comes from Akko. As Dre now can't do enough to keep it away, they continue to bombard the net. Garinger, a whole different team now.
Whole different team. I mean, it is just unbelievable on what Season 0 was to right now. Just Week 1, too. This is only Week 1. This is when people are supposed to be a little rusty and everything. Garinger's coming out hot out of the gate, ready here in Week 1. They know how big of an improvement they've made just in one season, and now are trying to show people that, here, they're the real deal. They're trying to come after all these other top high schools.
They have a chance for it. I mean, Eastmack was not any team that you shied away from. You know, Dre was one of the reasons why. And now one of the reasons why Garinger is considered one of the top teams, or at least could challenge one of those teams, is that man right there, Akko. Look at that reaction time and stuck with the play, too.
Just knowing where that ball's going to be and on the opposite side of the field, too. I mean, that's in Eastmack territory, and he's just flying there like he owns the place and just takes it himself.
And even checking in the Brazil love we saw there earlier, too. So shout out to you guys for keeping the chat alive for sure. If you're Eastmack, you can break that, right? You can break it. Or if you're Akko, you can too. 8-1. Wow. This guy is just on fire.
Yeah, so if we're Eastmack, what are you saying to your players? What are you, if you're even on the team, what are you saying to your teammates in this situation? In Game 1, you know, Garinger just came out hot. How can you keep that from happening again in Game 2?
I think you're doing a little too much, is what I would tell them, right? You're jumping out to maybe things that you shouldn't be, or you know, you just have to feel out that timing, right? To get that rotation and let Dre go to work, right? Let your best player really get involved, and you know, these touches that continuously are getting to you, you got to win those challenges, right? Try to play the 50-50 instead of just trying to play a pass out of the zone. What you're really doing is giving possession away. You got to make sure that you keep the ball a little bit closer to your chest when you're trying to get this through. Otherwise, you're going to find games like this.
I mean, Garinger right now is just impressing me each and time they score. It's just the passing has been unreal. I mean, that one was, the ball was hanging around in goal, but even before that, just how spread out they are, just the rotations, they got it down already, and it's only Week 1.
That's right. It's more and more down the line for them to look forward to is definitely the diagnosis here. This game is extended super long thanks to the multiple goal scoring opportunities from Garinger that they've been able to bury. And Lego, it's not done once more. Gecko able to bury this one though. Okay. Still good, you know, play to jump in, say we're defeated, but we're not out completely with 12 seconds left, at least not in the series.
Yeah, and that was actually a great play by Gecko. I mean, just need to do that a little bit earlier here in Game 2, and we can see that they have fight in them.
Yep, for sure. We've seen that a few times. I completely predict, because it's happened over and over again in this broadcast, that we see one stim presentation and it just maybe tilts the other way. Now, is Eastmack going to come out with a win in the next one? I'm not sure about all that, but I mean, it's possible.
But they might be leading going into the second game.
That's right. Definitely what we've seen plenty of times here. Chat doesn't want to see it, though. They want to keep Garinger alive. If you're going to, support Eastmack, let us know, too. Obviously, we want, and maybe they need that energy moving into the next one here, but the shot count just says it all.
15 shots for Garinger and only 4 for Eastmack. Yep. And you know, obviously, if you say that before even looking at how many goals they scored, you know what the results are going to be.
Yeah, it was pretty plain and simple. Well, we head back over to the STEM side now for our first submission here to check out what Garinger put together. They had momentum riding into this season. We'll see if it continues with this video.
Hello, my name is Poe, and this is the G-Bank app pitch. And for our presentation, here are the contents for our slideshow. So, what's the problem? Well, many teenagers face barriers to accessing financial services, resulting in a lack of financial literacy and independence. And so, our target group for our app is made for teenagers to age 13 to 18, because they are also part of the economy. And so, our main features are that we can easily manage finance and view of transactions, and tools for better financial decisions. We also have a rewards program for smart spending. And so, for functionality, GBank is an ultimate banking app for teens. Manage finances easily with tools and resources for smart financial decisions. Enjoy a virtual debit card for safe online purchases, and earn rewards for saving. Take control of your finances. GBank provides a sleek, user-friendly interface with an intuitive design and dark mode for added comfort. This app will be available on both iOS and Android platforms, ensuring that everyone can enjoy the benefits of managing their finances with GBank. And so what about the marketing strategy? Well, our marketing strategy for GBank involves the targeted social media posts and strategic posters in schools to reach potential users and encourage adoption. And for monetization, GBank charges a small fee for transaction to cover maintenance and support low costs. Lastly, for our call to action, GBank's goal is to help students learn effective money management. Thank you, from the Garinger STEM team.
That's a STEM team that has experience
to
some degree. I mean, you got to the point, right, and didn't overstate everything. You don't have to read everything on the slide, too, is a big pet peeve of mine for presentations.
Yeah.
So presentations was definitely up there for me as well. Was very clear. The sleek design, too, is something that's important in the banking world as well. So great idea, in my opinion. I thought it was great execution, too.
For sure. I mean, managing your money, especially for teenagers, too. I mean, that's something very, very unique.
It is, for sure. Well, we'll see if EastMac can bounce back here in the esports side, and if they're able to match Garinger, who is great esports-wise, and also with their STEM presentation. This is just a tough Garinger team overall.
For sure. I mean, right now, so far, still scoreless. Garinger, you know, I feel like this happens each and every time. In game 2, usually the defense kind of steps up for the team that really hasn't been playing hot. And that's what we're seeing once again.
Yeah, it is. And Gecko going to make that true there on that last touch. As Akko now caught it, which threw Ian off a little bit, but patience will be a virtue here as they got that chance there in the box. Ian now will hold back and waits for the time to strike. Gecko could not quite get to it, and that'll allow Ian to push right back in the zone, and it's up to Dre to get that clear out.
Yep, and just Dre. We've already said a veteran. He's been here before. He knows what he's got to do, and especially being a leader here in game 2, letting you know, hey, we need to get this ball down. We need to get more shots going on, and you can tell he's taking charge.
Absolutely is. Well, now we've got Ian trying to challenge Dre, who's looking for a back pass here. Eventually, people have to step up in that place, and now they bump each other. Actually, it was Ian, so now a great pass down from him.
Yeah.
Ian started that play and finished it.
Yeah, and he started it with the bumps. Watch it, boom, boom, get out of my way, and then here comes the pass from Akko. I'm going to put it in there, right over Dre, too.
That's incredible stuff. Well, you know, my theory about football team in the early 2000s, you know, translating to the same performance in esports, like I said with who is it, Independence, doesn't hold true. Because Garinger, you could walk all over, but Garinger's walking all over teams here in Rocket
For
League.
sure. I mean, this is just unbelievable how big of the improvement is, and keep saying it, but look at this angle by Akko. Like, Akko has just been playing phenomenal, and looking back in the preseason last week, he did the same thing. So I think we're gonna see a lot more of that. But also with Ian, Warrior, and Lego stepping up to be what they are compared to what they had in Season 0, they have really improved. And Akko doing it once again. 3-0 Garinger.
Just keep pushing it to the box. Look at Lego. The adjustment to get it off the right corner of the car to push it into that box, and Akko is all over everything. The anticipation continues to be unreal. EastMac does not have an answer. They've got to, you know, find somebody to step up in these moments, you know, and it just hasn't been there. But, I mean, credit Garinger for not allowing it to be. Oh! Wow, I take it back. He does have something in the bag of tricks. We are going to say for the very first time, at least in my voice, what a shot.
I was about to say, you have to give it to him on that one. That is just unbelievable. And I know you said it in this series that you weren't going to say that. You've already said it in game 2. You might say it in game 3, or you might say it again, once again in game 2. This is unbelievable.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I love seeing that. The motivation that he needed to step alive and make big plays. Oh, A good chance there from EastMac,
Wow.
but they dig it out again from the defensive Echo.
Yeah, they're going to want that one back. I mean, that one was just right there for him. Just needed a little bit of a touch and would have had EastMac on the board here in game 2. But nevertheless, Garinger still handling business and now on that counterattack once again.
And that's a great pass, and he tees it up, and it's off the bar and in Echo again. This team is unstoppable. I said they might be able to challenge these top teams.
No, they're going
I'm ready to see it.
Yeah, I really think that, I mean, this teamwork has just been playing phenomenal. I mean, it's just the passing, just the position. They know where these, I feel like they're just playing nonstop, 24/7 together, and they've gotten a lot better. And that's what it's showing right here in week 1.
Has to be. Somebody get the coach's name here in the chat. I mean, goodness. They have shown by far the biggest improvement in the STEM side, in the esports side. They have been great and continue to be. And now this is a dig deep moment for EastMac. You just found yourself against a team that has shown that they've improved over, the course of the season, off season. So now you have to show what you've worked on, right? You got to show a little bit about what you've done over the off season to really improve yourself as well. We've seen tiny little flashes of it, but that's been it.
Yeah, and that's going to start. That's going to spark their momentum, is getting those, a couple goals going through, and especially against this high-octane Garinger squad, especially if you get a few goals against them, you feel like you're going to do something. So I would like to see EastMac do that, and but I don't know. Garinger right now is just playing flawlessly.
They have been. EastMac just hasn't been able to figure it out quite yet. Again, they just seem a little bit lost, but it's just the way Garinger has played. Echo was such a great acquisition, or find. Maybe it was just that they didn't find the Esports League until season 1. Maybe they're a freshman. We don't know the story. Either way, they are making a huge difference here. I mean, they've got 2 hat tricks in 2 games.
Yeah, this is just crazy. I know we were saying maybe not seeing a sweep here in this final one, but it's looking promising.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, they continue to just lay it on and show the skills they've been able to bring. Lego again gonna push forward. They're not done. They continue with it. Look at the skill. Lego gonna get credited with that one. Was almost another tap in there. Not sure if that was Ian or Echo, but either way, it's been all 3 of them. It was Ian trying to get that one.
Yeah.
Oh, nose down, almost at it.
I mean, and they're in the right spots at the right time. Just one little touch. I mean, doing that against someone like Audrey Kell or Olympic, or or JT. That's the thing, is if they can do this and against those teams, they're in it.
They certainly are. They're part of the equation now. They're part of the conversation. I absolutely agree. Dre, showing those good moves that we saw in that preseason. You talked him up, and I don't think he's had the support necessary, but look as he continues to keep just at least drilling at it, keep on pestering.
Just Ray is one of those players that won't give up, and you see it time and time. Even in season 0, he was just one of those guys who always, even though if they were down by a lot or even up by a lot, he held his foot on the gas pedal the whole time.
Well, the shot count again, it continues to favor this Garinger team. 7-0 this time. Wasn't even quite a Brazil because EastMac couldn't get there. Right?
No.
And that's tough for EastMac. They're going to need a little bit of a positive spark. Could it come from their STEM team, perhaps? They're going to need a hard carry in this one if they want to get back in. And let's check out what they put together here with this pitch.
Well, STEM team, and welcome to our app pitch.
Many teens do not have access to or have difficulty finding reliable banking, budgeting, and financial services, as well as finding useful tips and tricks. Our app is designed to help students with these issues.
The app will have 2 functions focused on teens. The first being a computational function to take income, expenses, wants, and other factors to assist in making a budgeting and financial plan. The second, and arguably more useful function, is to connect teens to trustworthy and useful banking services, financial services, and teen employment opportunities similar to websites like LinkedIn to further teens' economic freedom and responsibility.
The service will be available as an app that can be downloaded on the iOS and Android platforms, as well as being available as a website for browser access. Additionally, the app will make use of an internet connection by using a database to access the listed opportunities for financial services, as well as being able to save profile data for users, including financial factors, financial goals, and financial plans for access across multiple devices.
A service can be monetized through an advertisement fee, in which services and job openings can request to be listed on the app in exchange for this fee to access the teen audience of this app, which will be paid after the service has been reviewed for reliability and accepted.
Thank you for listening to our ad pitch.
So as you saw, that was the Hopewell team, not the EastMag team. I apologize. As we saw again, I made the presentation from Hopewell improving too. They were always pretty solid with the sim side too.
I mean, that was a great shot by Lego, though. I know you were talking about the stem, but I was
I saw your
focused. I was
Yeah,
staring.
great
10
hit.
seconds already. Garinger on the board. They've been impressing me all night, so I had to just be in awe. That's in that situation.
That's gonna happen when you're watching Garinger. Garinger's on the screen. Eyeballs go that way. That's that talent. Lego again. Gecko able to get over and make this save. But I mean, that's just it's just going to be limiting the damage that we've seen from Garinger at this point. They try to chomp at it as well. Also want to mention, Akko won the PC competition last fall, which means we gave him a PC.
Yes.
And he could play some Rocket League. And guess what he's been doing with it? Stuff like that.
Oh my goodness. You couldn't ask for anything more perfect timing than that. Watch this again with his new PC from last season.
Goodness.
Just letting you know, hey, I'm putting this PC to a great use, and you're watching it here.
Well, we do have to say, you're right, 100%. It's not like he hadn't played Rocket League before, so, we're making it, we're trying to, narrate it in a way that's fair, right? But console versus moving up to the PC world is a lot different. You get way more frames, which is a frame rate for those of you who might not be familiar, which means that you can see just every little detail. It actually moves smoother as well, so, with that frame rate, it does make a difference here. Well, Lego going to go off the kickoff to more of the same here. It's not even a minute in, and we're sitting at 4-0.
Yeah, this is just getting out of hand. I mean, and that's all I can really say on that, because Garinger just playing unbelievable throughout the whole night, throughout this preseason. I really, I'm going to be highlighting this team going forward, going to each and every week, because this team is just playing too well together not to be talking about them.
That's absolutely right. They're just been outstanding so far. If you're EastMag, the best you can do at this point, it seems like, at least to me, is to at least give us a conversation, something to talk about, something positive, right? And Drake going to try to do that with shipping it, but Akko able to make a great save. Panthers couldn't quite connect. Right back on it is Lego. And you're feeling now.
That's exactly what I would be doing if I was EastMag. I would be getting Akko out of these plays, getting the demos, not letting these guys make any more passes or plays, because they're just playmakers right now.
I was gonna say cause some chaos,
yes,
right? Some demos, and getting Akko off the field is great, but when Ian's hitting shots that I've never seen him hit before in my life, that's incredible. That's a step forward. Akko perhaps a little bit of motivation in that sense, at least to hit those big plays. Ian's always been a well-rounded player, and he's stepping up. Lego's mid play after play. I cannot talk enough about this team. Again, we'll keep and follow and see if EastMag can get a goal back. That was certainly close, but Lego was able to tap it out here to the corner.
Yeah, just any time we feel like EastMag has a little bit of light to where they're gonna, put up something, and then no, Lego's gonna be there, Akko's gonna be there, Ian Warrior's gonna be there. It's gonna be one of them, and we've seen time and time again where they're just shutting this EastMag squad down.
The work put in. I mean, Lego, I think, is a name that we called once in a while, and we were kind of, putting a question mark. Can this player keep up with the other teams here in the CMS League and really go mano-a-mano with a lot of the top players? And, he's proven to take a step forward. We've seen, obviously, Akko in that huge, amazing story, and then Ian just stepping up at the right time, Steve. But EastMag a chance. Again, Akko shuts the door. Every single thing they throw at him, it has an answer.
The door's open, and then as soon as they get close, they slam it right in their face with these stops, man. It is unbelievable seeing how well offense and defensively this team has been. There's Ian Warrior with his shot.
Oh,
I mean, this whole team is just doing it. it's actually nice to watch because we haven't really seen a team with this much improvement. Like, it is just phenomenal.
Unreal. Ian with another huge goal. I said he doesn't make big goals. What do I know? I can completely just never doubt Geringer again. This team has been absolutely filthy. I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, they've just been incredible. When they shut the door last second, like you're saying, Discounts, the swing and momentum of the door keeps hitting the ball forward for them to make a play offensively. It's unreal.
It's unreal. I mean, this is just, it's just getting chaotic now when it comes to Geringer putting up all these points.
If you're EastMac, obviously this feels bad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like anybody who would have gone up against Geringer would have definitely underestimated him. Dre able to get one back here, and that's what you're talking about. He can be a difference maker, can make these plays. Just needed more of that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, this guy does not stop fighting and just putting it in like that. I mean, late in the game, only a minute left. His team's down 5-0 and still fighting, at least giving his team a little bit of hope, saying, hey, you know, we can compete with these type of teams. We need to be able to do anything. But right now, Ian Warrior saying, nah, not anymore. This game, he wants to shut it down.
Don't understand it. Huge step forward. Every little bit. And I mean, it's not absolutely breathtaking what Ian's been doing, but it is when you consider where he was last season. And it's simple things like the ground pincher, timing it when it hits right off the ground so you can propel it forward to a larger degree. Absolutely outstanding. Is this going to fall in? It's close. A little bit high. It just, that would be the luck here for EastMac. And now Ian's getting around that one too, but couldn't connect for once. Seems like he's been all over it in just one little mistake.
Take a picture because that doesn't happen often because, oh my goodness, as we've seen Akko do it again. I'm about to see the chat blow up right now because of, just watch this again. Akko putting it over two defenders, Dre and Gecko, both. Doesn't matter. They're all saying Akko and also Brazil in the chat, Bear.
That was part of why you knew that they were going to blow up the chat. But also because Akko just... good ball control, just the carry over the top too with the air drag, and started that play from virtually like tight inside the box. You don't really see that many air drags that'll work to that fashion, but then was able to air roll it over the defender's head. I mean, I can't talk enough about this guy. And then Dre again trying to challenge that one here, and EastMac is just glad to see it. Glad to see that this one's ending. They'll try to go back to the drawing board here. Remember, this is just one match that they dropped, but my goodness, they cannot let this happen again.
Absolutely not. I mean, you definitely want to learn from your mistakes, and just watching how well Geringer played, hopefully, this helps them. It's one of those things where, yeah, we did get beat pretty bad, but did you learn something by doing that? Did you know that we weren't rotating well, fast enough in the corner? Is that the reason why that we're getting outplayed? And that's the thing that you want to improve each and every week. You want to look at it.
Yeah, that's basically sums it up, right? I mean, that was just a Geringer blowout in just a showing of what offseason work can do. That's it. I mean, there's nothing else you can really say.
Grab your brooms, man. I mean, it's one of those things the whole night. In this stream, we've been seeing sweep after sweep. Obviously, we had one series that, they got one.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, it's been, bring out your broom.
Yeah, Geringer brought out the broom and the mop. And after they broomed off the floor, they were
bus boy, everything.
Full service here from start to finish here from Geringer. My goodness, what a performance. But we do have one more judgment on the sim desk, so we send it over to Tark and the guys. Guys, take over.
It sounds like you should get a bidet.
We're
back. Oh my gosh.
If there's one thing that the pandemic has taught us, it's that toilet paper is not the way.
That's right. Okay. So we're back here with a beautiful Echo production. We are down to our second to last varsity STEM competition. That was interesting. I'm going to let you go first, but I think what we saw was an amazing presentation on one side, paired with some technical issues that are going to have to be worked through, paired with a terrible presentation that had some real promising ideas in it. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I think Geringer's idea, really aggressive. It sounded like they wanted to start a bank, which, is possible. in 8 weeks.
Not easy though.
Not easy.
Not easy.
Execution is going to be important.
Well, let's address that real quick together, because like that Geringer presentation was one of the best we saw today. It looked clean. It looked well thought out. The problem was they're basically pitching creating a traditional mobile bank. And I don't know if they've gone through and researched the process for getting a bank charter and FDIC insurance. Very challenging, not undoable, but challenging. And it's just like the money movement pieces, all those things are going to be difficult. So I've got some feedback at my turn, but I think that's the piece where, like, doesn't matter how beautiful it is, we just happen to know a couple things they don't know right now that we're going to help them kind of navigate, which they need to have a viable product by the end of the 8 weeks that people can actually use. And I think the bank is just going to be too ambitious.
Well, I think the most complicated thing about starting a bank is complying with all the regulations, just even around like working with other banks and being able to accept transfers from other banks.
They're going to have a KYC, know your customer process, AML and money laundering approaches, a chief risk officer. I can list goes on and on. So clearly there's some challenges there.
I think you said it earlier, the crypto way might be a way to, start
so
monetizing
my guidance
this.
to them is love the visuals. I think you guys are going to have a beautiful UX, user experience, as part of all this thing. I think you need to simplify the back end, which means you're going to have to simplify the experience on the front end of it as well, to say what your users can actually do. So if you want to get bold, you could figure out how to integrate in some kind of crypto, potentially a stable coin into the back, so you actually have value. You could even try to do something with NFTs. Again, I think that on a scale of 1 to 10, if chartering a bank is the hardest, that's like a 13. I think the crypto is still at an 8 or 9, maybe 10 level. Not undoable, but really hard. Or you could go to something that still they can use that doesn't require it. So that's what you're going to have to really figure out. What can you achieve so that when your users come in, you can build it out? Now, then on the other side, you've got, what's the other school?
Hopewell. Yep. They had a medium presentation. I love the backdrop.
They were in ancient Greece, perchance?
The fall of Rome, when banks were invented. We had to listen to it a couple times to get the idea, and the idea is there, but I don't know how they're going to execute it exactly, and it didn't seem like they had a plan. So I'm going to give 2 points to Geringer.
So I think that there's actually a kernel of a really interesting and good idea in that Hopewell example. They didn't articulate it or present it very well, but if they end up going in there and almost like creating a little experience where people can set their objectives and measure different things they want to achieve an outcome, I think that could be cool. But then if they go and find banking products that are out there that speak to them, again, as Gen Z, not Gen Z pretending to be an adult, but Gen Z themselves, and they go and they say, okay, well, Bank of America has this, and Ally has this, and Wells Fargo has this, Truist has this, and they basically create a spot of like, hey, this is a cool thing and we like it because of this. You almost become an affiliate marketer, someone who kind of banks compete you in. Lending Tree, like one of our partners, right? So that model I think is really cool, and if you want to name it something awesome, I suggest the Lone Ranger. I don't know. So I'm gonna go based on that. 2 points Hopewell. 2-2 tie, double bad cop, first of the night. Back to you guys.
Well, there you have it. Two different perspectives completely. So obviously, they're going to butt heads after this one. What you didn't see is when they came back to us, camera-wise, they're actually throwing fists.
Yeah.
What do you mean 2-0 for that team?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about here? It's a G bank. It's not a full bank, right? It's a piggy bank like I had at home, right?
I give it to Tark, though. I do like the Lone Ranger. That's pretty funny. That's catchy. That's catchy.
Nice. I love that 100%. Well, I mean, that does it for the varsity games that are going to count on paper. So if you missed them, well, you got to wait until after the stream's over with. Go back and watch the VOD. You should, because it was a pretty productive day number one.
Especially if you're players. I always say this every week. If you're you're a player, go back, watch the game film. Just like if it's a football game, it's the same thing. Go back, watch the film, and learn from your mistakes, and also learn from what you did right.
Yeah, and there's also this website called Ball Chasing. I don't know if you know about this, but with Rocket League, you load in your replays into this thing, and you can see every single movement, boost control, all this stuff. Coaches, if you don't know about it, you know about it. You're a coach. That's it, right?
Well,
right?
I learned something new today.
This was all just for discounts,
Yeah,
to be
for me.
honest. We're not done with the broadcast yet. We have actually a 2v2 show match, exhibition match, if you will, coming up after this quick break. a big thank you and shout out to every single one of you that have been hanging out with us. It's been a blast of a day number 1, and we have one more piece of competition.
One more.
It's coming at you. It's North Meg facing off with Virtual High School for a little bit of a 2v2 action. Obviously, won't count towards the standings, but we're excited to see it nonetheless.
Yes, I mean, different strategy too, Bear. Like, what's the difference between the 3v3, 2v2? Don't say just one less person on each team. Don't be doing that to me now. It's too late to give me that kind of answer.
No, okay, it's not one less person. It's 2 less people.
That's, oh, I see what you did there.
No, the real talk, though, the rotations are tighter, right? You always want to be there and support, and so you never want to take that risk either, right? Passing plays have to be crisp. You have to know that it's going to land. Otherwise, you don't want to go for it. Otherwise, you'll find yourself out of position. You don't have that third man back to rely on.
And those whiffs are big, and we just saw one right there, and that's what happens. Whenever you have a whiff, I mean, you can't really make too many mistakes when it comes to 2v2s. Obviously, even less when it comes down to a one-on-one, and that's what we see there. You have one mistake that can lead to a goal, like, instantly.
Yeah, because there's 2 less people. You know, it's just...
Not just one.
Not just one. CLT Virtual has a 1-0 lead here. We're delirious. It's been a long day here in the offices here in Charlotte, North Carolina, at the Carolina Esports Hub. If you have not visited, that's because you did not make it to the LAN last season, and we hope to see you this season because it was absolutely outstanding.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it was most hype ever. And I was expecting stuff, and then it blew out my expectations, like hands down. As we see Charlotte Virtual get on the board once again, to make that a 2-0. And remember, this is a best of 3s. And we were playing a lot of best of 5s, but since this is a 2v2 exhibition, we are doing best of 3 tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Show off some of these players we saw a little bit earlier, too. We saw Alpha Beta, and we saw Sacred, who is one of those difference maker, already has 2 goals here. As he faces off with Dark Phoenix, we've seen in the past as well, and one Mute Frog as well. Coming in here and trying to make a difference themselves. Almost found it. Now a bit of a chip across, trying to find Dark Phoenix, but unfortunately was on the rotation back. I talked about how you need to be there and support and a little bit closer than you're typically used to, but always basically one little block away of the field.
Right, and that's the thing, is just knowing where your partner's going to be and just making sure you're not too close, because once that ball goes right past, that's whenever bad things happen. We have the ball just sitting there, but where is he? Sacred's back and not there, but he tries to put it in right here. It's going to hit off the top. Let's see if Alpha's going to be able to get this one in. No, he cannot.
Should have been able to angle that one back, but Dark Phoenix instead has allowed the chance, and maybe should have gone for that there too. Yeah, it was so close. And that's one of the things about, relatively less experienced players is they don't have the confidence that you typically see. I mean, we've seen Dark Phoenix do that before, but maybe just doubted himself in that instance.
I also think a lot of times when that happens, they're not looking ahead for what's about to happen. They're just in the present. They're just trying to dribble the ball, trying to get it around their opponent. And then once they do, they're like, okay, where's my teammate? Like, that is the thing. You need to be talking to your teammate constantly, saying, hey, once I get this pass, that is you. So, there we go. As we see North Mech now on the board as one Mute Frog gets one in.
There it is. Now back within 1 as Alpha tried to retreat on this one. Sacred seemed to be in the right place, but when got the double jump up, couldn't quite get the challenge. A North Mech on the board. They're feeling pretty good about it now. And again, if you're a North Mech fan, if you're a fan of CLT Virtual, which I'd love to hear more about, by the way, about CLT Virtual, because it's just not something I had growing up,
Right. Yeah, no, never had that option for me either. That might be saying our age, but hey, it is what it is.
We've said that numerous
times.
We've
done this too many times.
They know we're old. It's fine. We live with it. Well, at least we're not Malcolm Tarkle.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can look forward to things.
Looking forward to that one with CLT Virtual as Alpha Beta able to put it off of the passing play from Sacred, and just a bit of a miscue there in the corner, and they're able to clean it up.
Yeah, Charlotte Virtual right now just starting to answer back. North Mech, once ever they came back, but Charlotte Virtual's now trying to pull away here in game 1. Still, though, plenty of time. 2 minutes is like 2 years in Rocket League.
Absolutely, plenty of time to work with. Surprised that I haven't been fired from the comments about Tarkin. They haven't come on me down yet.
They're
I was
checking
expecting
out.
something like that. Yeah, exactly.
They're still debating about all their judging they were doing today.
All that paperwork they'd have to fill out. It's just
about the banks.
To get rid of it.
They're still probably debating about the banks right now.
G-Bank, yeah. It's
Lone Ranger.
gonna be a thing. Garinger fans, back me up here. Right now, 3-1 lead for CLT Virtual. Obviously, in a best of 3, that's a better situation to be in. As you know, in a best of 5, sometimes it's not the end of the world when you drop game 1.
Yep.
I mean, tonight it has been, but
It really has. Looking back,
overall, it doesn't seem to be a pattern in the world of Rocket League, and so it will be a little bit more difficult here for North Mech. But they've been keeping it close, and now Dark Phoenix is going to get one touch and then leaves it. I thought it was because he was going to get a bump, but really just panicked and fell away from it. That chip is down the pitch as well, and Alpha puts it in the box. One Mute Frog try to get that touch out as well. Dark Phoenix will be able to get to it.
It just looks like these players just are very scared to double commit past half field, or midfield, because it looks like as soon as one of their players gets ahead, it's a 1v2, and it looks like they're trying to be able to pull that off, and it's very tough to do so. But it looks like they're going to still kind of play that strategic way. We still got one just sitting in goal, which most of the time, it could work out right here after getting that counter.
Here's Alpha Beta in the corner.
His teammate, though, right there. That's his teammate. But teammate's in goal, though, Bear.
Yeah, all the way back. Will Frog able to get to it now and will carve it out. They did not give up on that play defensively. It's Alpha Beta turning. One Mute Frog already on this one too, trying to challenge the corner. Good touch away from Alpha though. And now Sacred waits for it. They both go. A touch back towards the end, but not quite on target. So Alpha gonna try to get the touch as a pass. Not able to get it, doesn't matter. CLT Virtual has done a successful job of killing extra time. And they will get this first win here on the board in this best of 3 and looking to close out. The 3v3 situation didn't quite work out for them early in this broadcast, but the 2v2 seems to be going a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit different. I mean, we see some bad ping there, but either way, 5 shots on goal for Charlotte Virtual, only 2 though for North Mech, and we see obviously for the most part of tonight, most shots, if you shoot more, most of the time, that's the winning team. Not always, though. I do want to highlight that because there's sometimes where people are just efficient, and whenever they do make the shots or do take the shots, they make them. So just different instances.
Yeah, you give yourself the better opportunity. There's no doubt about it, and that applies to soccer as well. And I see it in hockey all the time as a hockey fan. So you definitely give yourself the more chances, the better. At some point in time, if you find yourself taking a ton of shots and not finding the back of the net, maybe you start adjusting and taking wiser shots.
Yes.
But I think overall that will ring true as a whole.
I definitely highlight that because there's a lot of times where, yeah, you might have had 10 shots, but if you only have two goals, something's not adding up. Either the team that you're playing against is amazing at defense, or your shots weren't technically on goal. You're just, you're getting close, but just not in the right spots. But wow, that was a good try by one Mute Frog.
Yeah, that was a great move attempt there. Just kind of rolled off the side of the car, but the idea was absolutely right. So now Phoenix getting the first touch. Good job to follow it up, too. We haven't seen a whole lot of that and try to carve it back. But Sacred did just enough to hold it out. Dark Phoenix very quiet in the first game, and definitely stepping it up there with that great touch as well to try to set up one Mute Frog. But again, defensively, Sacred able to keep it away.
Yeah, but I mean, you're watching North Mech play a little bit more aggressive, and I like to see that because that's how they're gonna win this game if they want to do so. They're playing a little bit more aggressive. Love seeing that. Especially with Charlotte Virtual, where we have right now only basically one guy back in goal, one guy up front. So if I'm North Mech, I am just trying to double team, Charlotte Virtual right now.
Definitely. Hey, you have to get in their face for sure. Now Dark Phoenix, again, great passing play.
But to who?
Nobody there. One Mute Frog eventually jumped on it. I mean, that's been a little bit quicker than we've seen before. It just needs to be a little bit faster. Yeah. It goes back to the conversation I said where it's not always a good idea to commit to a passing play across because it might mean that both of you are a little bit too far forward. But when it's that wide open and you can tell and anticipate, it goes right back to what you're saying. Anticipation's everything. You have to not only be present in the moment, but also looking down the road as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the one thing also is if you do have we might have a goal here, and we do as a Charlotte Virtual gets one on the board here in game 2. Looks like, North Mech was just flying out. The last guy was on the 50. So right now, Charlotte Virtual playing that one guy back right now is actually working right now in their favor.
Absolutely. I mean, different strategies for different levels of play.
Yes.
We see it in every single esport, right? Whether we talk about Valorant or even Smash Bros. For that matter, you know, you're not typically looking for complex patterns. You're looking for more fundamentals, and so that's why we see some of those things, you know, coming in handy here. Meanwhile, North Mac trying to keep away from a sweep. It would be even more sweeps in the grand scheme of things here. North Mac's doing a good job to keep it a little bit closer, but we're only at halftime now. We'll see if One Mute Frog can really get things sparked. I think Phoenix has been playing better too, but haven't had any results to show for it.
Yeah, right now it's just kind of everywhere. But then you came out of goal in the right spot. I mean, I'm telling you, it's just timing right now. Charlotte Virtual might be playing a little strategic where, hey, I will play back a little bit, but once I see them commit on one side together, just like what we saw right there, he came out of goal and got himself a goal.
Yeah, and for those of you that have watched the main broadcast and you see the experienced players, you're like, why are we hyping this up? Because that's what we're talking about. The anticipation. You saw Sacred take off down the field before that touch was made from Alpha Beta, and that's simple anticipation. We see it in traditional sports all the time, but it's hard to translate when you're focused so hard on the mechanics early in your game development. This one, gonna count this
somehow
for North Neck.
Somehow.
It looked like it had a little bit of English kind of rolling back into the net there.
It looked like for sure. I mean, was that a cue ball? Looked like had some backspin. Look at this. Coming back. Yeah.
Touch, yeah.
Slowest goal of the night, but hey, it counts just as much as each and every one of those.
I'm telling you, man. That is it's not about how you score it, it's about that you did. And now CLT Virtual with a quick answer as Sacred doing what they did in the 3v3 game, which is taking the game in their own hands.
That's
here.
just miscommunication right there from North Mac. Neither one went for ball. You know, usually if you're up front, you just got to know if you're in that 2v2 situation, when to go for it. Communicate right before, you know, the tip.
One Mute Frog gonna get that touch, try to find Phoenix with it. And Phoenix was looking for the bump instead, so it'll be forced to try to circle around this way. And One Mute Frog now has the 1v1 situation, but Sacred, again, the right time to challenge there, because it just takes a little bit too long for them to settle it down, then try to get a flick off, and then you're able to challenge before they even know that you're coming.
Here we go, and guess who it is? It's Sacred, coming out of nowhere and just booming it as he does, and you're just sitting in goal again, just hitting it back, and now he's ready for the ball to come back. I mean, it's a slingshot effect is basically what's happening with Sacred.
Yeah, just you know, waiting for a touch back or back into the zone. But this is one of those cases that he waited a little bit too long, or did he? Able to send that one back in.
Yeah.
CLT Virtual.
I see exactly what you were about to say, because he did have a shot on goal. Watch this. One Mute Frog just kind of gave it right back to Sacred. If he would have slowed it down a little bit, he would have had a chance to make a move, you know, in that one-on-one situation. But just kind of gave it up to Sacred, and Sacred made him pay.
That was one of the things as a coach for West Charlotte and for other teams that are really inexperienced to some degree and want to get better. The first thing I teach them right off the bat, if I see those bad habits of giving it away, is you have to match the speed of the ball. It's very important, because it rolls off your car and you're not able to match that speed and energy, well, then you just give it away to your opponents if it flies away from your car. Or if it's too attached to your car, easy 50-50s the other way too, to some degree. So, you know, it's one of those situations where if you're letting the ball get too far forward, then it's a bit of a struggle to catch you up. But North Mech able to get to that 4-2 count now.
It's just one of those things. You see your opponents playing really quick or whatnot, and One Mute Frog try to get one in there to put it 3 on the board, but not going to happen. But yeah, you just want one of those. I don't even remember what I was saying after watching that goal just completely just get whiffed. I was hoping, but Sacred comes out of nowhere again.
Yeah,
One Mute Frog can just put it in, and he does. He nails it down. Now North Mech only down by 1 here in this best of 3.
He does it. We get so excited. That was a launch.
That was
a shot. We saw the you know, one of the slowest goals of all time in this series. We saw one of the stronger ones of the night too. So giving us all sorts of variety in this show match of sorts. Now Alpha was looking at an open cage. Look as that defense comes across from Dark Phoenix and trying to step up in that way too, but they got 25 seconds to do it.
Sacred, 3 goals, 4 shots, and 2 saves. He's all over the field, and even though he just looks like he's back, he's doing it all too. So his strategy is paying off.
Oh, Frog got ahead of it again. Circle around, and just a dribbler.
I was waiting. I was like, is it going to go in?
Eventually did, as Alpha was able to hit it out, and CLT Virtual pulls away, and they'll be very comfortable in this game to say that perhaps we can close out now.
Yeah, that was a great, well, that goal was just, it was a goal. But either way, Charlotte Virtual is going to be able to get, like you said, another sweep here on our stream.
Yeah, and one more for Frog, trying to get that last goal. Almost one for good measure for CLT Virtual. It'll be a 5-3 win here in Game 2, and 2-0 in the best of 3. So CLT Virtual, better in that 2v2 environment, gets the win. North Mech tried to get it back too. It was a close match, but they couldn't quite pull it off to get that win. Man, oh man, what a successful night it was here. We have in the booth now with me, it's Charlie coming in, the league commish. Charlie, how you doing with it?
Guys, week 1, we're we're done. Great work here today. Great work by all the teams, and the STEM stuff. I mean, next level compared to last year.
Oh, agreed. I mean, we saw no submissions last time too. We're gonna not only submit, but we have thought behind it. It was all the difference.
Back up.
We got everybody in the booth joining us. Targ made an appearance.
Yeah.
too.
So to everybody out there, to all the esports players, to all the STEM athletes. Fantastic work today. Really excited for week 1. Now next week we're gonna be debuting Smash and Valorant for the first time in regular season. We watched them on preseason last night, and then FIFA a little bit later on in the semester. But before we let everybody go, there is one STEM video that hasn't been watched yet, and it might be the craziest STEM video that we have, and that is the submission from North Mech. Let me see real quick if we're ready to cue that up, because this has been a bit of an audible here. Where's my caster chat?
Let's see, we got it up.
There we go.
Right there.
All right.
That's it.
Send it production. Now to close us out, the one and only North Mecklenburg, my alma mater. Let's see it.
Picture me this. You don't want to die, you need money. Say join up with a bunch of your friends to take down because they hate trees and find living cringe. Emos. Break into their headquarters with the help of mission control to complete puzzles and to shut down their operation. The quicker the better. All the runs will be put on a leaderboard to finish fast or find fast friends. None of my business. The top 1% will be given a weekly allowance which can be used to buy cosmetics, though if you have a skill issue, you'll have to beat the game. Again, and again, and again. For money! And as you might have predicted, you'll also be able to purchase these coins. And this is going to be one of our main sources of income. Though other games already have an advertisement-based growth plan, it can often be seen as jarring and annoying. That's why we will have our ads be more tastefully spread across our game, along with a designated ad and donation page that rewards you for checking out our sponsors. This is predicted to have a much better click-through rate than traditional methods, with an estimated 5% increase in clicks, therefore more money. And since this game is so focused on being speedran, the target audience will be a bunch of speedrunners, but since the speedrunning community is so vast, we have aimed to make our game as low-spec friendly as possible. This way, you can speedrun this on max frames and play with your friends no matter what device you're using. So investors, this is why I believe you should acquire our game. We have what it takes. Allow us to show you.
What did we just watch? Charlie, tell us.
Guys, it's speedrunning. You've understood speedrunning. That's how you speedrun a presentation, is how that's done right there.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
So much love to my Vikings out there. I'm going to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what the game is, but I know when it comes out, it's going to be amazing. Can't wait to see what Soulbound and the other crew over there at North Mech are going to do. By the way, we ran them up against Virtual in their doubleheader for STEM as well. We gave North Mech 1 point out of that, so you will be on the STEM standings this week, North Mech. But discounts, Fairlight, you guys were amazing as always. Goated, absolutely goated. But yeah, thanks to everybody. I don't know if we have any last words. Discounts, I'll let you take the headset back.
All I gotta say is Need for Speed 12 coming out.
Absolutely.
From the North America game. 100% discounts. Always a pleasure sharing the booth
Of course,
with you,
man. Till next week.
That's right. Next Wednesday, it's Wednesday Night Lights Week 2. We'll see you next time. Take care.
See you guys.